Sorry, I'm just digesting my dinner. Excuse me.
Opposed to yesterday, I started late and I felt like I had to rush.
Azure Wind started late too, huh? All right. Let me just make sure that we've got the... Yeah, we got the quality options. We are good to go. I apologize for the late start. I know I've been saying that recently, and I was actually kind of on track to getting better. And then tonight was the opposite. I started late, and then it was an hour past when I was planning on being late. That I wound up going in, and there's really no good excuse. Just I needed dinner. I sort of lost track of everything. Things took longer than I was expecting, but we are here. We're still going to have a full length cast, and we are still going to enjoy Phantom Brigade. So please enjoy the cinematics while I take a sip of tea. Never mind. Welcome to the Brigade. We're excited for you to experience Phantom Brigade and to have your help shaping its development during the early access period. During the course of development, some aspects of the game might feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update for which will include bug fixes, new features, and quality of life improvements for players. We appreciate your patience and feedback throughout this process as we work to deliver the most important features and fixes. From the main menu, check out our early access roadmap to see what's coming next for Phantom Brigade. Reach out to us via the Brace Yourself Games Discord community or read the latest patch notes for the latest changes and known issues. Thank you for joining us on this journey, and we look forward to making Phantom Brigade better and better with your help. Seizure warning. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking, or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it is recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. It's powered by the Wise Guys, and which, by the way, I am hoping... Power Up Audio seems to be sort of Brace Yourself's go-to, so I hope they kind of have this like private division that's dedicated to Brace Yourself projects. Because I feel like if you called it Wise Guys, with two W's obviously, this would be very on brand. So I leave that for the parties concerned. I'm really looking forward to coming back into this. I have been a little bit lax in saying these things off the top, so let me just start by saying, Cured Charlie! Been a while since I caught a stream. How's it going? I'm doing all right. I was very, 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 very tired today. But I got through my work, I had some dinner, I got some tea in front of me. I kind of wanted to brush my teeth before the cast, but none of you have to none of you have to deal with the freshness of breath, so I'll just do that after the broadcast. But overall I'm doing well. I think the one thing I'd like to do is get a little more discipline in terms of some of my projects, because notice everything is getting late, and it's causing me to scramble on a bunch of things, and when I scramble, the work isn't as good, and I don't normally release work that isn't good. It means I take the time to go back, but then that means I'm spending twice as long on everything, which of course is compounding the problem. So I'm, especially after tonight, I'm taking the time to sit down and say, I don't care what it is, it's 1 foot forward, we're going to do it right. We know it's already going to be sort of a bit late, but what matters is to deliver on the commitment. So yeah, no problem, Kier Charlie. I always appreciate you hanging out. Let me just take the thing I wanted to say, I've been a little bit lax in terms of doing the disclosures. It is worth saying that I have been given a key for Phantom Brigade from Brace Yourself Games. Normally, I remember not halfway through the cast, but 30, 40 minutes inside. Excuse me. But I do know some people, excuse me. Oh my goodness, Kier Charlie, thank you very much for extending the subscription. I know there was a great, I know there was a great gifting of subs recently, so I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. But yeah, I wanted to talk about the key thing. As always, you know, it is sometimes taken as an endorsement that you're playing a game. Certainly Brace Yourself has been very kind in giving me a copy of the game. I am over the moon. Number one, just about being able to interact with Brace Yourself in the way that I have on these streams and through their Discord and such. You, of course, have access to the same access that I have by checking out their Discord server, which is available within the menu. But again, we do live in a time where a lot of businesses do sort of rely on the... Whoa, what's happening on my OBS? Okay, we should be back. A lot of businesses do sort of rely on social media, on quote-unquote influencers to get the word out, to get in touch with you, and it's really important to know when... you know, when there's either a financial interest or, you know, or some kind of a conflict at stake. I'm always fond of saying that if I didn't like these games, I would not be playing them for so long, but in the end, it's up to you to decide whether or not my enthusiasm for the game is sort of derived from the fact that I've been given a key to the game as opposed to buying one. And it doesn't really take a whole lot of effort on my part to let you know that that has happened. So for those of you like regularly watching the broadcast, I know it's a little tedious to hear that over and over again, but I would rather live in a world in which these disclosures are upfront and than one where, you know, you've got people running through. Although I've noticed the opposite is happening now. I've seen a few people who will tag themselves as sponsored, where in fact they've just been given a key. And I think what it is it's intended to try and make it seem like they are like endorsed by the company. I actually think that's kind of a scummy practice, but that's life, I suppose. Now, the thing I wanted to talk about, there's a new update to the game, so we're going to start with the roadmap, and then we're going to take a look at the release notes. So, I believe that is a new sound. So we had Arsenal 4, I think, was the most recent one. So, beam weapons, energy weapon models, new combat backgrounds, and iridescent liveries. This patch, we've got Campaign 1, revamped salvaging, improved loot generation, ultra-heavy beam weapon, and dynamic combat atmosphere. I've actually seen a couple of details of this, and I'm definitely looking forward to showing it off. And next up, we have got Campaign 2, Workshop enhancements, enhanced overworld gameplay, new events and scenarios. This is definitely something that I'm looking forward to. And then finally, the forecasted features, combat replay, pilot progression, rival pilots, localization support, gamepad support, and dynamic weather and more. By the way, I wanted to say a quick note about the music. So the composers stopped by the stream one day. I got a chance to give them my fawning praise because I love the soundtrack for this. But I checked out their Bandcamp, and what I did not realize was that they did graduate studies at UBC. And in fact, I believe we would have been on campus at the same time. And it's just one of these moments. It has absolutely no meaning in and of itself because UBC is a big, big university where clearly all of the brightest and best go to. And yet, it still sort of caused me just this sort of moment of like, there is this tremendous talent that was, just a few kilometers away from me at any given point. And I really, all I really know about music is, playing some trumpet and piano, really. And I'd really like to get back into piano. I did get a keyboard specifically for that, but again, time is a factor. But it's just one of these really weird things, if you had said to me that there is somebody whose music I would have been incredibly fond of, who is busy, sharpening their craft in the campus, for all I know, could have walked by them, at the concert hall whenever I would go to some of the presentations. I don't know if some of the graduate work would have been on display there or not. But I don't know. I think that's really cool. Just the number of times that, and this is true also for the, where I'm here in Ottawa, in the local game dev community, the people who worked on Cuphead, the people who've worked on Keep Talking Nobody Explodes. It's just one of these cases where it is entirely possible in pretty much any place that you are, the person you're talking to might have done something that you have played and actually really enjoyed, or is making something that one day you will play and really enjoy. and you have absolutely no idea, which of course is also a fantastic reason. If you can't just be nice on your own, be nice because you have absolutely no idea who is going to just knock you on your backside with their talent months later. Anyways, let's bring up the patch notes. So this is the 8th update, Caches to Ashes. Patch highlights: the fire and the flames make more map mayhem. All of the lights improve visibility to mechs in combat. Major lasers renovate obstacles with the ultra heavy excuse me, beam weapon. Can buy me love. Salvage and looting are revamped, and more. Phantom Brigade is in early access, which means we are actively updating and adding new content based on our roadmap and your wonderful feedback. We update Phantom Brigade on the 3rd Tuesday of every month. You can expect the next major update Tuesday, August 17th at 11 a.m. Pacific Time. See the full patch notes below. And as always, the metal arm indicates changes due to community feedback. Something in the Wind added combat atmosphere. Watch the environment get darker and smokier as the map takes more damage. Light up silhouettes. Units will now emit a glow to improve visibility on the map. This can be disabled along with other combat UI using the numpad minus sign. Spotlights. Mechs now a headlight that illuminates the area in front of them at night. Have a head. I think it's this thing they're talking about. Oh no, my apologies. That's the eye flare. Eye flares. Mech eyes now flash right before they attack. Ultra heavy beam weapon. New ultra heavy beam weapon, BMH Solar Burst. It's got an exclamation mark, so. The new ultra heavy beam weapon, BMH Solar Burst! These spawn randomly on units of all branches, similar to the Vulcan. Hey, cool facts. How big is the average patch note if they do it every 3rd Tuesday? Pretty beefy, but we are in the halfway mark based on the browser. It really depends in terms of what they've been adding, right? So sometimes, like with Industries of Titan, there were a lot of big features that were added over time, but the catch to that was that it also introduced a lot of bugs, and people did express their frustration with that. And so some subsequent patches afterwards were a lot of sort of fixing ones, and in those cases, it's not that the patch notes are any shorter, but they do tend to have sort of a similar flavor, and so I could sort of feel like I can skip over them. Well, not skip over them, but like kind of graze them a little bit. But needless to say, like I obviously have a very high opinion of Brace Yourself games, but it is like that is an earned opinion. One of the things that continues to amaze me is when you take a look at how small the teams are for this thing, as well as Industries of Titan. And then the amount of stuff that they accomplish every month. In one sense, I sort of understand, because they're professionals, right? They're very good at what they do. And yet, on the other hand, I'm like, how do these mortals accomplish this, right? And again, it's partly, I think partly just because I don't really know how game development works. But with that in mind, I would not be surprised that even if among their peers they were sort of known for maybe, I don't know if it's a work ethic or just something in the water of Vancouver, or maybe not the Fraser, or just, they have all the good ideas and everything obviously works the first time that they try it, which I'm assuming is what game development at Brace Yourself is like. But anyways, we get a treat actually 2 treats every month, because of course there's Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade, so we get patch notes each month. Okay, like other beam weapons, beams from the solar burst can be deflected with shields. It also adds to the cumulative beam damage. The BMH Solar Burst emits a 5-second beam so strong it can cut whole buildings in half. Extremely difficult to rotate when firing due to gyroscopic interference, so mechs must move to stay on target. New salvage and combat summary UI. New salvage screen! After winning combat, you must now carefully decide how to spend your salvage budget. The more enemies you defeat, the larger your salvage budget is. Mechs plus 30, tanks plus 10, elevated tanks plus 20, turrets plus 10. That is actually a really cool idea. I don't know if that was something planned all along, but... So the neat thing here now is that, so you can do the smash and grab, and not go after enemies, but the incentive to destroy the enemies would be that you just get to take more stuff. And it kind of makes sense, right? Because the more of the enemies you've annihilated, the more time you're going to have to pick up this stuff. It's a really neat little touch. Irrepressible 32 Tell, hey, see, I hope you have a good stream. You'll be in my background while I create a bunch of queries, but you'll be lurking. Excellent. What kind of queries are you making? Assuming that you can answer that, but I always appreciate the concurrent views. They really do help me get noticed. You can choose to salvage, dismantle for supplies, or skip salvaging entirely to avoid cluttering your inventory. Some parts will be more expensive than others to salvage, so choose wisely. Surrendered or ejected units will have a lower salvage cost on their parts than destroyed units will. Again, another neat idea. Some sites drop rewards that are free to salvage, including, but not limited to, convoys, caches, and outposts. Destroyed parts of friendly mechs can also be salvaged using an emergency budget. Ooh. So I think that also implies that things are going to be getting a little more difficult in terms of how boring ones data cleanups prior to integration. You worked in the packaged food industry, so not very exciting. I don't know. It's like if you're the programming part is sometimes like just because it's packaged food like doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, first of all, I wouldn't live if I didn't have packaged food. So let's keep some perspective here. But I do tend to find that the nature of the beast will very often be the way that a company or a provider has structured their data. And the excitement is generally excitement that you want to avoid. And it will tend to... like, if it's boring, it's good because you can rely on it. And then if it's exciting, it's one of those cases where you're just going to be screaming at the person who set up the database. Wondering why they committed such cruelty. Anyways, good luck. I hope it's not too taxing, but I look forward to your lurk. If you need to vent, feel free to use the chat. Salvaging broken parts on intact-friendly units will equip them back to the unit that lost them automatically. Very nice. As such, salvage no longer takes time on the overworld, and once a site is salvaged, it can't be returned to. Saving on this screen is no longer available, and auto-saving occurs after salvage has concluded. A new tutorial has been added to take you through the UI the first time you salvage on the new screen. That's cool. I have actually seen this screen. I played a little bit of Phantom Brigade last night. So I may not get this tutorial, but I'm hoping we do. I will say that is very probably some food that you have had. This one is going to be a little more Glover and Glover. Fair enough. Good luck one way or the other. A new tutorial, added SFX to skip, dismantle, and recover sliders, as well as selection of parts of different rarities. Group of, I hope it's a trumpet fanfare whenever you get the highest rarity. Group information window in the bottom left-hand corner of the new salvage screen includes the status of the unit and its pilot. Updated part quality. We've updated the colors of the quality and salvageable parts. Quality determines how often the part drops as loot, how many subsystems are unfused, and the performance of subsystems that are present in the part's hardpoints. Let me read that again. We've updated the colors and quality of salvageable parts. Quality determines how often the part drops as loot, how many subsystems are unfused. I'm not sure if it's going to be unused or unfused as in the subsystem is always tied to that particular part. I guess we'll see in a minute. And the performance of subsystems that are present in the part's hardpoints. These are white, common, green, uncommon, blue, rare. I don't think this is a typo, I just think I might be confused as to what unfused is. I am confused about the unfused. But perhaps, with the tutorial, my confusion will become unfusion. Kaboom! Added explosions and SFX to heavy damage done on buildings at once, such as level damage done by the new ultra-heavy beam weapon. Added ambient SFX to destruction on combat maps to match the new combat atmosphere. Analytics. We are now using analytics to learn more about how Phantom Brigade is being played. This information includes user ID, location, session length, number of sessions, and game progress, such as where in a game a player has quit and what provinces have been captured. I really hope they get something out of it. This is the sort of thing that I've always been fascinated in, because I know Unity seems to make this a little bit easier than the Unreal Engine. So this would be very cool. I personally, one thing I would really be hoping for would be a chance to hear from the team in terms of how useful this is. Because, like, to me, like, maybe I'll just, as a quick aside, I have always been very interested in gaming data for the simple reason that in econ, one of the things that I'm often going to be working with are sort of these rational optimizing agents, right? There's a set of rules, which is the state of the world, and they're going to act in a certain way, you know, based on trying to improve their outcomes out of that world. Now, that doesn't mean, like, it's not this, like, Hobbesian everybody's out for themselves sort of a view. You can, you know, like, the best outcome for yourself could even be one in which there is a certain amount of charity, right? The idea is not necessarily to impose a particular set of preferences, or at the very least to have a very permissive set of preferences. But what's interesting is when you start going into policy analysis, right? Because you could say, it's like, well, we're thinking of imposing a tax on something. The one thing you know that the tax is not going to generate is the number of units that were sold yesterday times the tax that you put on. Because if you put the tax in, you know, people are going to shift their consumption out, and, you know, because the thing has become relatively more expensive. And I have to assume to a certain extent that games suffer the same issue, which is you'll look at the way that people are currently playing the game. You're going to be making adjustments to the game to try and bring it in line with what you think, you know, people are going to enjoy. But of course, people are not going to be making decisions in the new state of the game under the old rules. They're going to be making decisions under a set of rules which you are changing. This is kind of known as the Lucas critique. Unless a certain political faction was to decide that consuming that good was now making it conspicuous by Fair enough, yes. And obviously, well, I mean, even too, like, there's the cases of, it's a little bit like when you say that goods, you know, if the price for a good goes up, the price goes up, consumption goes down. Obviously, it's not even just a political point, but you've got, you've got these luxury goods. But yeah, fair point. But in any case, this is actually one reason why I think gaming data is so interesting, because they do line up with a lot of problems that you run into in trying to do policy analysis. But unlike policy analysis, you do not, like, unless you're in North Korea, you can't really get comprehensive information on everything that's happening inside the state. Whereas in a game, it's a virtual environment, and so you can. And so it potentially opens up the... So there's two things that I think make it really interesting, which is, number one, you have access to data to ask questions that you would want to ask but may not necessarily have would have access to in other sort of conditions or other circumstances. But on the other hand, you are also working in collaboration with designers which have, you know, by virtue of their profession, a very good understanding about what's going on in the player's mind, and being able to try and marry those two worlds of the things that maybe people wouldn't normally associate with sort of what you can measure and sort of quantitative values, and the ability to be able to articulate those things precisely enough to be able to put them in a model or to be able to do sort of investigation, to me is really, really interesting. The other thing that I think is kind of attractive is that whenever I've tried to convince my peers of this, they're like, yeah, but they're video games, like, they don't really matter. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, I guess that means that I have, you know, in principle, you know, this vast field of interesting data that could be potentially worked on. But anyways, needless to say, I want to make sure that I have this on. And number two, I'd be really interested to know how this makes Phantom Brigade better. Because obviously I'm an outsider. That's my perspective of what the added value of the analytics are. But obviously if the team's taking time away from other things, to understand analytics that ultimately aren't informative for them, then that would also be really interesting to me, because it would cause me to sort of reflect on what's going on. You always wonder how much of the telemetry data really gets looked at or how much deeper analysis is done on it. I hope a lot, but I doubt. Well, I think it probably depends on the developer too, right? Like, I know Unity makes this quite a bit more straightforward from what I've seen, whereas the Unreal one, really, Unreal seemed to be providing sort of hooks into existing services. But you had to pay for those. So it's like, and I don't have a game, right? So it's not like I'm going to be able to sit down and just like, take all this player data. I'd love to have the problem of so many people are looking at my game that I've got too much data to work with. But you're right. Like, sometimes there's, you can collect a lot of data, but that data may not be relevant to the question that you're asking. So, but then that's why analysis is interesting. So, all right. Sorry. That was totally for me. There's so many interesting things related to the game here, and as soon as the data stuff comes up, I get too nerdy. Okay, miscellaneous. Added an indicator to armor in list views to show what part they belong to, upper, lower arm. That I like that. Tooltips now appear after a 1-second delay to reduce noise on lists. Improved confirmation UI in various parts of the game. Movement actions that span to the next turn are now drawn as a continuous action instead of separate ones. Added a failsafe to loading a game in the middle of a salvage from 0.8.0 or earlier. Added a fix to clean up battlefields on the overworld when loading saves from versions earlier than 0.8.0. I mean, we're going to be starting a new run anyway, but... shields are now much less effective against thermal, stagger, and concussion damage. Oh, interesting. When the shield is up 50% of heat, 80% of stagger, and 25% of concussion damage gets through the defense. Okay. Investigate on War Memorial event now guarantees intel on a new site, and lots of bug fixes, which we've seen here. Fixed weapon firing before fully unholstering after a melee strike, fixed buggy animation when the mech is only equipped as a secondary weapon, fixed foot plant animation being out of sync with SFX, fixed beams not inflicting impact damage, fixed a mech. If a mech has a primary two-handed weapon and the right arm is broken, mech will keep left arm in holding pose. Fixed an issue causing units to disappear from the list when combat limits units to 2. Fixed workshop event not triggering at the correct amount of supplies gained. Community feedback, fixed units being able to walk through some parts of terrain on the forest map. Remove placeholder text from hit and run retreat conditions. Fixed elevated tanks disappearing when they're destroyed. Fixed liberated POI showing mission type, branch, and difficulty. Second part of War Memorial event now triggers automatically after exiting combat in the first part. Fixed cannons or MG turrets being salvaged from tanks from caches. Fixed melee attacks launching turrets into the air. I am very sorry I did not see that one. Fixed enemy units occasionally entering... Can you put that back out of curiosity? Fixed enemy units occasionally entering combat on the capital without weapons. Well, that would have been easier last time. Unlocking abandoned site or salvaging war memorials now grants rewards. Fix some unit parts not disappearing when destroyed, such as the tops of turrets floating. Fixed FSFX on long presses in various parts of UI, including on the dismantle and scrap buttons in the inventory views. Fixed position of beam effect being too far into the body of the weapon, and for those playing an experimental, fixed concussed units recovered from victories not being playable in the next encounter. And I am debating, by the way, about switching to the experimental branch at some point, because we've done a full run of Phantom Brigade, so it might be kind of neat. All right, new game. In this mode, the game will generate a random seed automatically. Each new game would have a world that's generated differently. While this can add variety, it can also make it difficult to replicate the issues if you encounter any. A generated seed would be embedded in a report. In this mode, the fixed seed is used for as long as the number here stays the same. Generated world would stay the same. If you notice any deviations in generated sites, units, and loot between multiple sessions with the same seed, please report them as bugs. I mean, I'd sort of like to... I'd like to be helpful in this regard, but I kind of feel like... This is the default option. I think I'm going to do randomized seed, but I should think a little bit about the generated one. Okay. I am going to start with a tutorial. Now, it's not because I need to... Oh, sorry. Actually, there were a couple other things I was going to check out. So, is there an option to enable the telemetry, or is that automatically there? Yeah. And then I'm assuming the privacy is... Okay, that's the Unity privacy page. The one thing I will share, I actually got my privacy report from Unity, and not only did they really take their time, like they took the maximum allowable amount of time, they really did not give any information on that. So that is a finger wag at Unity, not at Brace Yourself. That's actually the only thing that I wasn't crazy about. But yeah, looks like it's on by default. So, all right, starting with the tutorial.
Sorry to strap you in so early today, Lieutenant, but we'll have to cut our checks short. We've lost the town comms last night, and I'd like you to take a look at the tower we have half a click north from here.
All right, so this is one of the reasons why... So again, we've already done the tutorial, but it's actually one thing I personally find whenever I try and give feedback for a game. I do like occasionally checking in to seeing what the onboarding process is, and there's two reasons for that. One, sometimes there's new features that have been added to the game that I don't know about. And then the second would be, it is actually nice to be able to say, hey, I'm not sure that this is how the game currently plays, and I'm not really sure this is communicated very well in the tutorial. A good example of this would actually be what we ran into in the timed contract in Industries of Titan, where it felt like a level 1 tower was no longer sufficient to beat the first wave. And my recollection of the tutorial is that it does actually encourage you to... It does actually encourage you to build a turret at the start. So in that case, it's sort of, it's well, I don't know. Like it's one of the things I personally like doing. Obviously, I'm an experienced player who's going into the tutorial, so my perceptions of that are still going to be different. But it's a little bit. It's something I like to try and do because obviously, well, one, I kind of like teaching stuff. But number two, I think it's one of those things that's very likely to be overlooked by an experienced player base. Although I suspect when this game comes out on Steam, there will be sort of a new influx of people giving feedback on the tutorial. Checked on about so cool facts. I don't know a lot about how things happen in the games industry, but I do know, at least in some industries, that can be checked effectively in real time. It depends on what you're looking at, obviously. Like if you're trying to, if you're putting together like a report. Obviously, like there's quarterly reports, and so at that point it's going to be quarterly. And I've worked on things that are generated every quarter. So even in that question of data availability, you simply can't look any faster than that. But I know if you're thinking of something like a big mobile game, pretty much there are dashboards set up so that somebody can go in and sort of look at the current state of the game and be able to plot stuff over history. Then, of course, there's a question of capacity, right? Because if you want to do some just like monstrous structural analysis, of all available data points, like, yeah, that would be really nice to do in real time, but you still have to actually process the data. So presumably that is not feasible. Although I guess the nice thing here is that if you've got too much data, it's a little your random samples are a little more credible because they're truly random, drawn from the population as opposed to having to worry about convenience. Anyways, I'm going to stop talking about data stuff for a bit. Guided tutorial. We are now starting a short tutorial that will show you the main mechanics and controls of the game. To begin, follow the contextual hints on the screen. The main controls that you need to remember for now are left mouse click to confirm, right mouse click to cancel, and WASD to move the camera. Whee! 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 Left click the unit, click the movement action button, click the destination to create the planned action, and click this button to put the plan into action.
Hey, Lieutenant. They're still installing the prototype in my rig, so don't hog all the action till I catch up.
Yes, it's not the most exciting test run of our new tech, but we've got people here counting on us, so let's move out.
By the way, you can rotate the camera horizontally by pressing Q or E, and pitch it by pressing R or F. Oh, didn't know about pitching. You can also do the same by holding the middle mouse button. I guess I always use the middle mouse button, so...
Whoa! What happened here? Probably just some damn rowdy civilians. HQ, this is Special Field Ops Team Bravo requesting immediate repair detail, over.
This is HQ. Negative, Commander. Repair detail busy until further notice. Stand by.
What could they be
Is
busy
that
with?
Adelaide?
Well, let's see if we can't do a little more recon. Boot up that shiny new device Ops installed in your rig and we'll see what she's made of.
Activate the prototype system.
Theoretically, this prototype can predict a short time into the future, allowing us an incredible advantage on the battlefield. This could change war forever, but as long as we have it, our citizens will be safe. I'll move to scout one side of the tower. If she's warmed up, you should be able to see where I'm moving and flank the opposite side.
The timeline. This new window you see in the corner of the screen is called the timeline. It is akin to a video progress bar. You can move your mouse over it to see what will happen at any moment in time. In a moment here, the commander would plan a move, and we will see how it works in practice. Over here to look through time. Planned actions can be cancelled with 2 right clicks. This is technology developed by our team. Cool facts.
And no transponder. What the hell? Is this some surprise war games maneuver? HQ, we have an unmarked non-cooperative tank at location 2SBR15. Confirm intent, over. HQ, confirm, over. Lieutenant, I'm getting a heat signature from the tank's power core. Check your prototype. If that tank even twitches, cripple it.
Who's RT? Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. Attacks can be repositioned on the timeline, allowing you to fine-tune the timing. No, I mean So I was originally thinking is like, do we wait until it fires before we act? I'm like, well, no, because we can already see that it's going to fire. What I do find interesting here is that in principle I would be able to do multiple shots, but the game seems to have disabled my actions. Now that's not a big deal because I suspect there are reasons. I mean, I think this thing's gonna blow up anyway. Guess not. Who made the timeline thing?
Good read on the tank. I'm hit, but just a scratch. What? I'm picking up multiple targets from the north. My God, this can't be right. Take cover! Take cover!
Well, like if you're asking in the game, I don't know. I don't know if they say specifically who invented the technology. If you're saying like who is the person to work on this, I'm assuming it's a combination of people in the development team. So like obviously it's a key mechanic inside of the game. The timeline, I'm assuming, would be designed by whoever's doing the UI. But in terms of, like, you know, obviously, I suspect there's quite a bit of work that goes into, you know, to making all of this work together.
This is no war game.
Commander, multiple contacts just appeared on our forward slope. Weapons ready.
Treat as hostile. This is not a drill. Intercept and protect the town. We're on our way.
Roger, heading out.
HQ, come in. HQ, do you read? Pinned down by 2 treads. Returning fire. Got one. Shit, a walker. Lieutenant, get the...
Commander? Commander! Taking defensive position. The commander's down, but we have to focus. We have citizens to protect. There's a walker and multiple treads on approach. Remember, if things go to hell, set self-destruct and punch out, so they can't salvage our prototype. Whatever happens, let's meet at evac point R09.
All right, shotgun and shield unit, wait and cover, or close distance behind the shield and fire at close range. So the thing here is that these are like civilian buildings. So I remember the first time I did the tutorial, I hid behind the civilian buildings. I'm like, well, that's not really consistent with a defensive crew. So this time we're gonna run in and we're gonna do the magic. It looks like they're just straight up firing at the buildings. Okay. So I'm taking this unit's not all that strong, and I'm putting them in a position where they will be potentially be targeted by the tanks. Okay, too hot. So again, I'm running into situations where both of my units could be taking damage, but let's just see how it works. Okay, so everybody's targeting the shield unit. What's the weight difference between these two? So I was thinking one thing that would potentially be interesting here is to introduce a little bit of the variety in terms of different attacks that you can do. So for instance, here I'm putting down my shield and running into the bad guys because I know I can do that. But it's not necessarily something that I would have considered under other circumstances when I was first playing the game. On the other hand, I do know that there is a bit of a tendency to want to over-explain things, and so obviously what you also want to be careful of is that you're letting people sort of enjoy the game. Oh, this is interesting. I still have my trail from my previous action. I'm gonna guess that's a bug. It's like Shift Tab. Here we go. Ooh, this is a tough one to read. I'm assuming this is low severity. I don't know if it will send a screenshot. Oh, yeah. Anyway, so here, like I'm just trying to get away with a few different actions that I can, that I know I can do inside of this game. So in this case here, I'm going to go crashing into that tank. I'm going to be blocking the enemy unit, and then I'm going to, I'll use my shotgun to just kind of mess around with everybody. But in this case here, it's maybe not so obvious that this is something I could do inside of the game. This is something that I'm relying on my knowledge of having played the game before. Okay, I'm going to make a slight adjustment. I'm actually going to focus on this tank first and then draw my attention to the enemy unit. And then I'm going to move. So of course the challenge here is that I've just taken my strongest defensive unit and I've put them in a corner, which is not exactly consistent with how you would want one of these things, operating. So also just run it forward a little bit. I've got one person targeting me, so we'll keep the fun going. Actually, you know what? I think close range... No, these are autocannons, so I'm pretty sure we'll cause this thing to crash for starters. That thing has a cannon, so actually I'm going to do it the opposite. I'm going to do it the opposite way. I'm going to move in closer on this unit and move away from the other one. Again, mostly just trying to keep moving throughout all the attacks. So we will take damage off of this, but I'm trying to make it so that I'm not actually deliberately using civilian buildings for protection. So this is a wasted shot. Okay, so this thing's crashing, but it won't be crashing forever. Let's just see who's attacking who. All right. So I wonder if I can move this in such a way. Yeah, so it's going to be shooting through its ally the whole time. Okay, and they're targeting my main unit immediately. So this thing's got a cannon. This thing's firing an assault rifle. So yeah, there's nothing I can really do about there's nothing I can really do about the attack one way or the other. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to focus on the tank that I can. So basically, if it's a chance for me to take this thing out before it gets targeted. Clearly... Yeah, clearly this isn't, like, geared towards the safety of this unit, but... Okay, that thing's not quite done yet. Okay. So setting up the protection first, and then the rest of the turn is just doing what I can to make that other unit miserable. Okay, so as I move through... So unfortunately I crossed the streams, so second best... That's a cannon coming after me, so closer is better. And then we'll take the opportunity... And just moving back to make sure that they sort of stay in optimal range. No, stop destroying the homes. All right. This is pretty much a formality at this point. Oh, they're surrendering. Never mind. We're not that mean. All right, the Victory squad extracted early, all objectives complete, which I suspect would probably be... I guess the thing here is that, like, my perception of what happened is that we destroyed all the enemy units, so the idea of extracting early is maybe a little... maybe a little inconsistent with what I just experienced. I'm not sure. I sort of get the impression, given what the story is, that there may be a version of this tutorial that gets implemented where, like, the difficulty just keeps ramping up, or maybe you run into one of the rival commanders, and they're simply too powerful for you to take on, and it sort of teaches the lesson of, yes, it is in fact advantageous to escape from things that are too tough, and that the intention of this tutorial is in fact to make it so that you will eventually run away. But yeah, one way or the other, we're done the tutorial.
lives lost. So much devastation. This isn't what I wanted for you. I thought you'd be born in a time of peace and prosperity, of love among people. But the world is so different now. Tanks patrol the streets. Neighbors turn on neighbors. People disappear in the night. They keep telling us this is temporary, that we'll come to love our new way of life. Somehow, I don't believe them. I want to give you the freedom I once had. But how can we few do that alone? We can't keep hope alive for much longer. We pray that someone, anyone, will answer our call.
Campaign mode. Welcome to Phantom Brigade Early Access. Pressing Shift Tab will open our bug reporter. Let us know if you spot anything or if you have any other feedback. Now, the navigation bar allows you to switch between the pause menu, the overworld map view, and all base views. Part of this cleanup is fixing the province names and abbreviations. You probably won't be surprised to learn that a bunch of Americans input them very poorly when given free text. For Canada, it is... Canada isn't even a real country. It's some fantasy land the Democrats made up to pretend that all their policies work, right? What province is none of it? It's not a province. I guess it doesn't really matter for a database though, because we treat them like they're provinces anyway. Why would they send a tank to a random neighborhood? A regular vehicle would have sufficed. Well, I mean, there's a number of reasons for it. One of it can just simply be a show of force. But on the other hand, as is established, this is a world in which enemy, the enemy, the resistance force, will potentially have mechs coming out of the woods. And so presumably the tank is there. But I mean, like, that's not inconsistent, right? Like I can think of plenty of protests which have had a tank, and the presence of the tank is message enough. You don't even necessarily have to use it. The full name is state or province, and the new thing calls it state/province/region, as companies just give up on labels around the world. It's riding. Oh yeah, man, that would be great. What I would love is to my tendency to my tendency to be a sarcastic, moron would be, try and take the strictest definition that is permitted within the field, and like include something like a riding, like Burnaby, New Westminster, or something like that. All right, the navigation bar allows you to switch between the pause. Like, it would be something I would need to do the research for, but just because I know it would make someone miserable, like to come up with completely accurate information based on writings. All right, the navigation bar allows you to switch between the pause menu, the overworld map view, and all base views. The world information bar allows you to change game speed and displays territory information. You can also view your resources and the current time here. Sorry, somebody just sent me something a little odd. All right. This widget presents information about objects in the world, such as your mobile base. As you discover more objects on the map, you'll be able to read more information here, and it will show more as you get closer and gain further intel. Mobile base. Your base of operations is a giant vehicle capable of storing and servicing an entire squad of mechs. With it at your disposal, the Brigade can avoid the enemy and strike at opportune moments. Left-click objects to select them, move by selecting your base and right-clicking your destination. To cancel movement, hit space or press the stop button on the screen. Press tab to recenter the camera on your base. Camera controls: move the camera with WASD, orbit with Q and E, and change pitch with R and F. Oh, I didn't mention the middle mouse button this time. Okay, we will head to the mountain base. I think it might have said to go to the mountain base, but... Oh, here we go. New beginning. It is time to take back our country. We should start with the mountain base, but the last outpost... the mountain base. The last outpost that belonged to the Phantom Brigade. It should still have some spare supplies and parts to help us get back on our feet. Reclaim the base. Once a mining facility, the Felheim base was later retrofitted as an emergency mech storage depot, built to support the forces of the homeland should they need them. When the invasion began, the country was overrun too quickly for anyone to utilize it. This abandoned place could serve us well if we managed to dispatch the enemy force guarding it. People of this province become more hopeful when the Brigade defeats invaders, so capturing Felheim will mean hope rises here. With enough hope, the region is liberated. More information about the province's hope level can be found under its name. Suit up. Alright, so we've got Tango and Kilo again, Joan Watson and Ingrid Lund, our beloved Lance and Sleipnir combo. I don't think there's any parts to mess around with. Yeah. So we're just going to go straight in. Felheim, Mountain Base Reserve. Secure site, enemy level 2, elimination. Mission description, no intel available. Target description. Large underground facility that can serve as your base of operations without attracting enemy attention. Abandoned around 30 years ago, but still structurally intact. Large entrances built for old mining trucks and walkers can fit the mobile base. Bravo 1, we're seeing 2 mechs approaching from the west, requesting immediate support. I'm getting a negative response on my IFF. Treat these walkers as hostile. Okay. Roger that. Heading out. Might take a bit. This place is falling apart, and these elevators are taking their sweet time. Okay, reinforcements in 2 turns. Enemy objective. The space seems to be intact, but the enemy patrol is on site. Take the enemies out before they report your presence. Pretty sure they just did that, but... For the record, this is a list of supplier addresses, so perhaps unsurprisingly, none of them is in Nunavut. The famous bread basket of... Yeah. The only reason I mentioned Nunavut is obviously it's the one that's most likely if you're working with an old database not to... You know, not to have something built in for people to work with. I mean, I'm old enough to know when there wasn't a Nunavut, but... Okay, so this is a pretty straightforward startup. I don't mind firing the rifle at distance, but there's no point in doing the shotgun, so... Yeah, well, I mean, like, none of it isn't, like, super old. I think it was, like, 97? Sorry, 1999. So the thing is that, like, you know, if you're doing if there's a new territory that gets added to the map, and, like, you're in school, they're gonna drill it into you that there's a... in computers, that's basically BC. Yeah, so like basically, if you're working with something, so I mean, the number of cases where this will actually be a problem is very few, right? It's if you've got something that has an existing scheme and you have to rely on things that are already present and somebody didn't bother to update it to include a new territory. Presumably what you would do is you would include it in the Northwest Territories because that's what it used to be. And of course, if it's free entry, then you just include the Nunavut sign. And nobody cares. And then, you might have problems with it because it's very likely, like somebody, if you only have 2 letters like NT, is that Nunavut or is that Northwest Territories? But yeah, like, I have definitely had a couple of projects where we're trying to get as many years as we can go back with. And sure enough, there's a couple of cases where you at least need to acknowledge that this is a change that has happened in the geography. And well, I mean, Canada didn't really change. It's the designations in Canada that changed. But yeah, like basically you acknowledge it, you make sure that everything makes sense, and then you just move on with your life. The good news in most of those cases, we already have like city information, or we have something else. So in that case, we don't really care about the province, and we just we just take if you're in a particular subset of cities, then you're rechristened Nunavut if it matters. Well, I guess I don't need to worry so much. Okay, I'm gonna slightly adjust my plan here. So this is with the intention of basically protecting my assault rifle. And then we're going to sneak around the side so that we can take out. This is low-key the reason the US is stuck at 50 states. Too much work to add a new one. I didn't even think of that. But it makes sense. Okay, so now I got the question, can I actually defend this unit doing what I'm doing? Yeah, so I'm running away from my protection, which is not what I want to do. Yeah, the shield isn't even relevant here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run up so I don't get hit by anything. As soon as it gets in range, we'll fire the first shot. Oop. Okay, so we did get tagged. Oh, we didn't hit him at all. Interesting. Engaging. Let's deal with them and report to command. There has been no activity here for a while. I have no idea who these walkers are. Okay. They are... Okay, so they're attacking this unit again. I'm going to use the cover to my advantage here because we have a clear shot on... Oop. I feel like I should have a clear shot anyway. Not until later, it looks like. Either way, we'll be fine. Okay, as time goes by. Okay, want to adjust that a little bit. Well, I'm not gonna cry if I collide with this guy. Okay, I'll leave it at that. So the reason I'm targeting this tank is just because I already have a unit that's attacking the mech, and the mech should be pretty straightforward to deal with once we're done. Good thing our people have had 60 years to come up 51 star flags, and there are some cool ones. Once someone at the EU put one on a back. That's funny. Okay, not dead yet. It's crashing. It might surrender. Well, if anything, it's not doing anything. So, looks like the shields definitely are a little more fragile. So this seems like a pretty straightforward turn to me. That's definitely not the range of this weapon. Okay, so that does generate overheating, so we'll just wait for the wait for the opportune moment. Looks like this enemy unit's firing twice, so at the 420 mark. Okay, well, we can bring that a little closer. That's neat that it still does the flash even when you do the shield. It's a nice little a nice little marker for when you've taken an action. Okay, inactive and surrendering. Victory! All hostiles eliminated, site under control. So we get to try the new loot system. Salvage. Winning comes with many perks, including the ability to take things from the battlefield that might be useful to us. This is your salvage budget. You can't carry every last scrap, so you'll need to prioritize. You can choose to take, dismantle for supplies, or leave items. Free items such as objective awards. I believe it should be plural? I was given permission to be pedantic, otherwise I would feel really bad about sending this. Is there a release date for this game? So early access, it's out on Epic. They have announced that it will be coming to Steam. However, there is no release date for Steam yet. I know this was coming up a lot with Industries of Titan, where a lot of people were making just general statements saying that, you know, brace yourself, greediest company ever. They want to get as much money as they can. Brace Yourself has been not surprisingly, but they have been very transparent about exactly what goes on here. Suffice to say, it is not in their financial interests to have this game on the Epic Store. It's in their financial interest to have it on the Epic Store, but like to be exclusive to the Epic Store any longer than they need to. And they have said as much. However, What they are not going to do is take the game as it currently is, wait for the end of the exclusivity term, and then put it on Steam. You actually got to see this with Industries of Titan, which was they wanted to take some time to get the game into a state that they were happy with, and they thought it was ready for sort of its Steam debut, and then be ready to go. So I suspect this is probably some of the reasons why you're seeing a shift towards things like the campaign map, and just generally, kind of getting the game into a state where, an early access debut on Steam would be something that is not going to like generate an undue amount of ire. Obviously, I was a little disappointed with Industries of Titan's reception, just because I feel like some of the criticisms in the comments really weren't all that fair. I mean, there are some I can specifically think of that were really unfair for the game. But obviously it's better to focus on the positive. It seems that people really enjoy it, and I hope the game met their expectations. I know it was near I know it was sort of near the top for a while, but yeah, I can definitely say that as far as a Steam release is concerned, to be determined, and they will definitely announce it, when they're good and ready. And then in terms of overall release for the game, I don't know. I know there used to be some talks about certain dates for things, and the project has moved on from those deadlines. I think they're focusing on another set of things, and I suspect that they're going to, I think there's a reason why they haven't specifically given dates, because if you disappoint people, like to my opinion, there's really no benefit to announcing something that you think may not be met, because it just means that people get disappointed, and then when you are ready to make an announcement, you've kind of blunted the impact. So in this case here, I can only really say to follow the Twitter account or the Discord or the Phantom Brigade Twitter, Brace Yourself Twitter, and or the Discord. As sometime delivery lead, you would say, be as pedantic as possible to make them look good later. Yeah. I mean, there was a comment on, there was an event that came up where I don't even remember I think it was a sheath, they called it a sheath of paper, and I believe the term that they had meant was sheaf of paper. But of course, the thing is that I am not really the type of person who, like, even when it's something that I'm a bit of an expert on, like, I also kind of acknowledge that there are other experts elsewhere, and that maybe, there is in fact a more specialized term that I'm unaware of. So I actually did a Google search, and then I just sort of said, as like, hey, I think this event is trying to say sheaf of paper, not sheath. I just kind of said, I was like, my understanding of this is a collection of papers, which is why I think it's this particular word. And it turns out that was exactly what was intended. But it proceeded, like, what was really interesting was there was like this whole discussion that happened inside the Discord of all the other people playing Phantom Brigade about what a sheaf was. And so it kind of, because there's modding support for the game, I've always wondered if I could add some kind of event where somebody uses a term and it's like, because you're an insurgency and you don't have like a library, you go onto like a side quest to get a dictionary to settle the matter. Or like maybe you just like lose a certain number of hours. Like, again, you can go too far on a joke or something like that, but I always thought that would be a good little practice bit for a mod. So, although actually there is another thing that I was gonna I should have also say this. This kind of looks like there's a few different things overlapping, but you cannot confirm your choices unless they fit within the budget. So choose wisely. So I wanted to give the tutorial window a chance, so I'll say this is a slightly higher severity. All right, so these are the rewards. Bravo Mech. So one thing I'll say about this system, because I've run into this. I ran into this when I did a quick sample. So what we've seen now is basically what I did last night, just to kind of check out what some of the updates were. I actually quite like this new system. The one thing that I sort of wish I had a little bit different. So right now I'm trying to make some decisions here about what items I'm using. You remember Subnautica devs had a public Trello for tracking all the submissions, so you could see them fix your issues. It was interesting, but it gave them endless. I will bet. This is such a hard thing, right? Like, leaving aside the really egregious nonsense. So for those of you that like the blog, I wrote something about the Kotaku article that made everyone mad recently. And it is specific, but it's like it's not about that article. Like it's basically, let's maybe take the time to talk about things that we're interested in. Cause like I would not have known, there were in fact 2 articles that recently came out that got everyone mad. And I actually would never have known about them if people weren't busy like writing in all capitals. Like, yeah, exactly. That is specifically the reason why I titled the article that one that way. The thing is that I would not have known about either of the 2 big ones that came out recently had I not had people writing in all capital letters how outrageous it was that they wrote this thing. And of course, the people at that site they're not dummies. Like they know that they're going to get that attention. That's exactly why they do that. So like leaving aside the really egregious stuff, because the one thing is that when somebody is just like obviously hostile no matter what, it's a little bit like when I was TAing. I would love to read the like, this man is the Robin Williams of like a Dead Poets Society. And then there is this person is an absolute scumbag. They must never be allowed to teach again. And, clearly you want to read the really, really good ones. But in reality, you want to don't throw away the really, really good ones. Like, keep those and remember that you had an impact on someone and that they really wanted to express that. I actually, there's one that I remember in particular. I think I know who wrote it. That really meant a lot to me. But the thing is that you don't learn if you have like an infinite number of people only singing your praises, or not infinite, but like if you're only looking at the people who are singing your praises, you kind of want to look in that middle area, because as nice as it is to assume that you're perfect, you don't grow if you don't see the things that you could improve on. It's probably not surprising to anybody that, and when it came down to TAing stuff, I definitely heard, goes on a few tangents, which is true. I will, in my defense, say that I also had to grade everybody's midterms, and I could tell who was in my tutorial sections precisely because basically they all had the same answer for a particularly difficult question, and it was one that mapped perfectly to this extended analogy that I gave in class, which seemed like a digression but was in fact intended to sort of communicate this one subject. So it's like, it's very clear that was not always being appreciated for what it was, which was to sort of ground what can be esoteric material, esoteric material in some real life applications and make it like a little more concrete. Obviously, it's important that people recognize that they're still learning, because if people don't think like they're learning, they're going to switch off in your tutorial, and that's not good. On the other hand, I would also appeal to, the results, which was that my section did actually do quite well, and that I could specifically draw a through line between their ability to answer a question that was actually quite troublesome on the midterm, and their use of the the example that I pulled up. But again, right, like the thing is that if somebody's consistently awful or somebody's consistently hostile, you can safely ignore it. But if you've got a public Trello board and what you've done is to try and sort of show in good faith that you are taking the feedback on board, and all of a sudden people are taking that from what it's intended to be and instead using it as sort of this bludgeon to sort of quote unquote prove that your priorities are in the wrong spot. Well, what happens there is you have this really nice thing, and something that I suspect is probably helpful for people who might have ambitions to develop games and to sort of be able to see how these things happen. And instead you destroy that resource because it means that it suddenly becomes more trouble than it's worth. And that's something that's always bothered me. It's actually one of the reasons why I generally do not like the tone of most gaming conversations, because I tend to think that there is a lot of... We just have a tendency to create these very artificial rules, which I don't really think anybody ever agreed to, but consistently keep coming up as, all of a sudden these great principles that are being violated. And I just, I don't think you can beat someone up for something that they never agreed to. Have you ever watched the streamer Hassan Abi? His chat tries to get him to digress and go on tangents. They call it stun locking. Oh God, that sounds like something I might be guilty of. Anyway, sorry, I was going to talk about the feedback thing. So one thing that I think could be improved in this menu is that right now I've got mechs. Now this is the very start of the game. And I don't know what the stats for my mechs are, but I'm making a choice here where potentially I'm going to have to leave some of this stuff behind, and I don't really have any indicator as to which of these things are better than what I'm currently, holding. I essentially have to remember what my mechs are carrying, and of course the catch here is that when I have a full team of mechs, I potentially got 4 mechs, all of which have different parts. And if I don't commit those to memory, all of a sudden I'm in the same boat. I'm not really able to determine which ones are improvements. So that is actually going to be something that I put onto feedback as well. As it is, this one we can actually take everything, so. Felheim, this isn't just a handy base where you can recruit pilots and build smoke screens. You can also use the mountain base as your fallback outpost when necessary. If you lose all your units and pilots at any point, you can fall back to this base and rebuild. Retreating gives you a new squad filled with essential equipment at the same level as the highest level province you control. Now that Felheim has been liberated, you can start making your way to the capital while liberating as many provinces as you can. Manufacture smoke screens. Smoke screens are useful for avoiding combat when being attacked by hostile squads, providing you with enough cover to escape. The mobile base has space to safely store 3 smoke canisters. They can only be manufactured in liberated territories when interacting with structures that do not have an enemy garrison. So we'll manufacture a new one. It's already doing unit repair. So we'll go to the workshop. Okay, we don't have enough to build a new unit yet. That's going to be my highest priority because right now we've got 4 pilots, but only 2 only two mechs. We can, however, upgrade our existing units. So we've got an Elbrus upper. The only thing that changes is the paint job, so an Elbrus lower. Again, the only thing that changes is the paint job. Okay, so these are all basically the same parts that we got last time. Okay, so the AR-1 Astra might be an improvement. So the interval goes down by a little bit. It's longer range, more shots. Output per second is better, and output per volley is higher, but with 13 shots, the output per hit is down. So yes, we will equip the Astra. And of course, we will edit the livery. Now, I actually found something a little funny here. So you can do the all parts, but it turns out, like, so let's say we wanted to make it roll attacker. It looks like the existing shades don't get adjusted. So I think this time around we're going to do some of the iridescence. I'm interested. So let's do upper body. Yeah, iridescent violet. I might change some of them around a little bit, but right now we'll do the uniform. Oh. So I'm kind of curious if I do neutral mid blue now. Interesting. So it seems like all parts doesn't actually affect anything if you've manually assigned a color. There's definitely some ways that I can like mess around with the details. The question is like, do I really want to make? Do I want to make the rest of the stream all about this? And as fun as this is, I think we're just gonna go for some basics. All right. Next up, the lance. Oh, I can't edit it. Okay, well, we'll just repair then. Okay, so I believe we can still move and repair. Okay, same story. We'll just make sure that we're keeping consistent. Okay, so no better shield, but I bet we've got a better shotgun. Okay, so shorter interval. Okay, so these are both shred shotguns, but this one can produce more damage output. I wonder why it says that it's a shorter interval. Either way, this is an improvement, so we'll equip that. And it actually looks like the design has already been chosen for us. So I'm not going to mess with this one. I'm just going to bring in a consistent look. Trying to find this other one. Is it Industrial A? That definitely fits. I actually quite like this look. It's like it's a little dingy, but I don't think I had a yellow mech before, and I don't believe there's an iridescent yellow, so there's a neutral. Okay, on to the next base. 49th Army Unit Station Patrol. Patrol Skirmish, Branch Reserves, a squadron of enemy soldiers who stay on the move as the hunt for, as the hunt for the Phantom Brigade. Eliminating all patrols in the area should stop guards elsewhere in the region from calling reinforcements. Roaming Squad. An enemy squad is ahead. Your pilots are trained fighters, but don't drop your guard. Take time to prepare before combat and make sure you have your best gear equipped. Once combat begins, it's important to manage heat levels, the heat levels of your units. Mechs will produce heat whenever they use their weapons or dash. This heat dissipates over time. Left to climb, it will begin to cause damage until a mech is cooled down. A mech can be destroyed by heat damage, leading to automatic ejection of the pilot. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. Ah, this music. Okay, so first of all, here's one thing that I really like. I don't know if this was added in this patch or not, but notice how the cursor in this game is light emitting. So like you can, I'll take it to a shaded area just so you can get an idea. Let's maybe go, but you know, probably the trees are enough, but I know this will be perfect, right? So it's clear. Actually, okay, so if the sun's coming from here, let's maybe find the side of a hill. There we go. Okay, this is kind of shaded. So like I can move, you can sort of see how there's like this new light source. I don't know if this has always been in here, but because I've been attached, I've been putting iridescence on, I was sort of like, hey, let's do a fancy, you know, let's do some fashion brigade. You know, shiny. So again, this has probably always been in the game, and I'm only just pointing it out now. But let's see what we're up against. So we have got an autocannon, so we can do that at long range, and then we've got a unit with an assault rifle. It's a burst, 1.8 second firing range, 54 meters, so we can engage that at longer range. Honestly, I think it's probably a bit of a no-brainer in terms of how we're gonna set up this turn. Okay, so this definitely takes a while to get started. So I'd love to try and fire at this guy beforehand, but I just don't see. So it looks like I generate a lot of heat for absolutely no benefit. So yeah, we'll sit on a hill. We're protected by the other hill for now. Looks like there are no reinforcements, so it's just a matter of really cleaning up the remainder. Now, the one problem with this approach is that the the Lance is in a position where it's going to be engaging a tank which has it has a short range, it has a short range weapon, so I'm kind of engaging it at the length that it wants. On the other hand, like, I'm not really sure what my alternative is. I think it's probably better that I just I move Tango into to engage it, because I've got a clear attack that's ready against this unit. So, but what we are going to do, while there's not going to be any major action, we are going to watch my fancy new fashionable brigade move out. Maybe we don't need slow-mo for that. Okay, so they are going to come after me at the back end. So part of this is just finding a good way to sort of switch. Part of this is just going to be a way of finding a good way to switch dance partners. Okay, so we run through, they turn, okay, and I get hit in the back. So if I do this, I might still get hit. This isn't quite as insane as it looks. So what I'm trying to see here is nice. Okay, not the best follow-up move, but I do kind of want to see how this turns out, so. Nope. Didn't really protect it quite the way I wanted it to. Okay, so they're going to spend most of the turn crashing. Looks like this tank wants a piece of me, though. Okay, so I just get to my hiding spot. We'll run around the edge in prep for the next turn. And then it's going to be Tango that sort of does the bulk of the work. Okay, and this unit doesn't need to stand. This unit doesn't need to go anywhere. So. Oh, that's great. That's a Michael Bay moment right there. So I think what happened here was because I pushed this thing off course, it was sort of forced to go back to its path. And what happened was that tank wound up getting hit by its own unit, knocked into the wall. Oh my god, I did not realize that my right arm was that shredded. So I want to be a little more careful of my units. It's kind of coming out the gate with the shot, so. Okay, too hot, so we'll give it a rest. Actually, the best thing I can do would be to try and walk. So I'm trying to get this thing to show its back to me as much as I can, so that I can, so that my unit can hit it in the back. There's a small risk that that Tango gets hit by a stray bullet, but I'm not worried enough that I'm not going to get the attack in. Okay, not ejecting yet, so we gotta keep the pressure up. Now, I am gonna want to be protective of this unit. Yeah, because they're going for blood right away, so we need to get behind some cover. Ooh. Yeah, that's not good for me at all. I also don't have any jetpacks, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna run behind this hill. Oh, Oren, this is a great game. So this is by... Now's maybe not a bad time for me to mention as well that the developer did give me a key for this. So this is Brace Yourself Games, who you may know from Crypt of the Necrodancer and Industries of Titan. So this is, I would say, a cinematic turn-based tactics game. If you've played XCOM or Into the Breach, it's very similar to that. Basically, you are playing this insurgency after your country has been taken over by this very authoritarian force. And the kind of hook is that you will have... the hook is that you have this sort of AI that is going to predict 5 seconds into the future. So there are two games that I think are fair comparisons. One of them is a potentially misleading comparison, but I still like talking about it because I think it really communicates what you feel when you play the game. And then the other one I think is a pretty straightforward comparison to draw. So one would be the game Frozen Synapse. This is by Mode 7 Games. And the thing about Frozen Synapses is that it has this... You will build, I think, like 30-second turns, and you'll sort of dictate what all the actions are, and you'll see them play out. And it's particularly this replay feature of Frozen Synapse, which is really memorable. And I think it's quite a good game. The catch about the comparison between this and Phantom Brigade is that Phantom Brigade gives you perfect information of your enemy's actions. So what you're doing is you are responding to actions that you know are about to happen. Whereas Frozen Synapse and its follow-ups, Frozen Cortex and Frozen Synapse 2, are very much about the fact that you don't know what your enemy is going to do. That in fact you're building a plan around... sort of what you expect your opponent might do or what their best options are. And it makes the game... I think the game is very interesting for that,
that's a very different experience from Phantom Brigade. In the case of the Frozen series, obviously no affiliation to the Disney property. You know, Phantom Brigade is a very different type of experience in the sense that I know, unless I specifically intervene, this enemy unit is always going to fire at, 0.1 seconds, and it's going to fire a second time at around 3.5 seconds. And what I need to do is I need to respond to this as opposed to say, oh, but what if they don't do that? So with that in mind, I think if you're looking for a gameplay comparison, I would actually say Into the Breach is a really good comparison, because Into the Breach will give you a very specific set of actions that are going to occur, and it takes its turn sort of in an XCOM-like order. So in the sense that, the other thing that's similar in terms of Frozen Synapse is that Frozen Synapse, everything is sort of like the turn, like you're locking in your turn at the same time, so all of the actions sort of take place simultaneously. In the case of Into the Breach, it's turn-based as well as the individual unit. So like there is a unit that is going to act before all the other ones, and if Unit 1 eliminates the second unit, then the second unit never takes its action. And that's definitely not true in the case of Phantom Brigade. Much like the Frozen games, both units are going to take their action, and if it winds up that projectiles have been launched by both of them that will annihilate each one, then both units are going to die. It would only be if one of those units was successful in destroying the other unit before they were able to fire that you'd be able to prevent that kind of damage. But with that difference in mind, I would definitely say gameplay-wise, it is much more comparable to something like Into the Breach, because in that case you have knowledge of what's about to happen, and what you're thinking about is how you respond to it. So even then, like, it's hard not to make a comparison to XCOM with this game because of the mobile base and such. But the thing is that XCOM doesn't give me information about where the enemies are and what actions the enemy is going to take. This game does. And the reason why I mentioned the Frozen Synapse stuff, though, is that I really do think, like, this game looks amazing and the music is fantastic. This is actually one of my favorite tracks in the soundtrack that's for this battle. So I think failing to mention it, failing to make the comparison, in my opinion, undersells one thing that I think is a really big feature of this game, which is just how stylish and cool everything looks. I'd love to pretend that I'm such a pure gamer that I don't care about how anything looks or how I feel during it. But obviously there's a fantasy that's going on here. And being able to just see these giant robots, bash each other senseless in a big, a big environment, that's pretty cool, right? So anyways, the problem I'm dealing with right now, I've got a very heavily damaged right arm. I will lose my primary weapon if the weapon gets damaged. So originally I was going to run behind this cover. Because this unit's going to be attacking basically at the very start of the turn, what I'm doing instead is I'm running behind this hill, which might offer less cover, but it exposes my left arm, and as a result, that hasn't been damaged yet. And so what I want to do here is I want to move in such a way that I'm minimizing the damage that I'll be taking to my most vulnerable parts. And then, of course, I can try and double back to make sure that I have my revenge. But for the time being, I'm just going to keep behind this hill because it's the most readily available cover, and my lance is gonna come in and have its revenge. So. The other thing that's nice is there's slow mode. There isn't a full replay implemented yet, but that is on the roadmap. So here's what the turn looks like if you do it all in slow-mo. So that would have been the end of that arm if I'd gone the other way. Alright, so that's the end of the battle. But, like I said, this is a really good track, so... maybe not when everything's just kind of running in slow-mo, but... Yes, I realize this is just me. This is me just enjoying the soundtrack at this point. It's almost done. And hello, Esquano. So I should have said this when Orin came in, but this is, you might say, the command and conquer of strategy games. But Esquano and Orin Ryzen have kind of come from the Brian on the Rocks cohort. I've got the chance to meet both of them. We can get a red alert stream. But yeah, so I actually met both of them through. I met both of them through Brian on the Rocks, who of course is a developer at Respawn and just overall really cool guy. This was a chance for me to get to know Orin a little bit better. He is also a game designer, and Esquano is married to Static Saturn and did his first stream with his favorite game, A Plague Tale: Innocence, which I believe he is on the record as saying that he enjoyed. I don't quite see why someone would enjoy that game, but I suppose it is differences of opinion that make the world, make the world interesting. Anyways, both of them are very cool people, very supportive of a lot of streamers that I am very fond of. And I took the opportunity to shout out Saturn and Brian because those are sort of the two primary streamers. But of course, you've had a chance to see their personalities inside of chat. So, anyways, let's wrap up the mission. This unit's going to eject. Cool is a relative term. I did spend a very long time talking about data, finding out that they incorporated the Unity analytics. But thank you, Oren. Okay, so I believe this time around we're probably gonna suffer some budget constraints. Oh nope, we can take everything. All right, so it doesn't seem like this has a whole lot of teeth. So we've got the Elbrus Upper, we've got a Fire Starter, which I think is a secondary weapon, Burst Assault Rifle, so damage this part has increased salvage cost due to the damage it sustained. I kind of thought that's what these sort of pixelated items would be. But yeah, there might be some upgrades in here. If you'd like to proceed salvaging the selected items, I don't see how I could salvage anything else, so sure. And I learned that we do need to wait for the repairs to finish before we can do any other upgrades, so... Okay, let's just wait outside the reserve camp for a little bit. So I suppose the first question is, when it comes to inventory, the workshop, whether or not we have enough scrap to... No, we do not. We're at 175. So I have a couple of ideas about how we can fix that. The first thing we're going to do here is just see if there's any other upgrades. So we do have a better upper body, so we'll equip that one. Oh, I like the fact that they keep the livery. Or do they? Oh yes, because I've got my all parts. Ah, I get how this works now. So if you do all parts and there isn't an already assigned color, it gets set there. Okay, cool. So you're liking the game then, Oren? This is a very good game. Okay, lower body. Give it. So just higher integrity legs. So we'll equip those as well. Right arm. Again, better arm. Left item. So the blast or the fire starter. The only thing I don't like about the fire starter, so it's cool. Actually, they both offer. No, my existing gun's better. Better output per volley, and then given the fact that I'm adding it to an already long range gun, yeah, fire starter is not the thing I want to be working with. Okay, so the burst rifle, longer interval, slightly less concussive damage, but more... this is a tough one. So I would be getting an additional 11 damage for a fraction of a second longer, a little bit less range. I think I'm going to stick with the Astra for now, but I might go for the burst. Okay, so the reason why I didn't equip the lance with all of the... sorry, it just occurred to me that I should... Well, no, we'll do it. We'll do it manually. Is this Gundam Kerbal Space Program? What is this game? You're watching the original Gundam movies on Netflix. I've never actually seen it. Maybe you really want to model a Gundam. I've actually I've played BattleTech, both the tabletop game and the the PC. Actually, I played several PC titles, but the recent one by Harebrained Schemes, which was a strategy game, it's quite a good one. But if you model a Gundam, which should you do? I wouldn't have an answer for you. Like, I like mech stuff, but I know very little of the mech shows. You have literally no knowledge other than title. Watch, I think you should leave on Netflix. Oh, the title is I think you should leave? I don't actually have Netflix, so, but I know you're probably talking to Oren. Okay, so the reason why I waited, the reason why I'm equipping the Lance second is that the Lance has a big shield, which is going to be absorbing most of the damage. So I kind of want to make sure that my unshielded unit is a little tankier without the cost to its mobility, obviously. So in this case, we'll take the leftover parts. In this case, I think the upper and lower is still going to be an improvement. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty much level 2 parts all around. Hard to justify the fire starter handgun in this case. So I guess the question would be if I want a better shotgun, and none of these are better shotguns. However, we do need to go back to adjusting the livery, so let's say the default... Yeah, that'll do. Japanese person, you tend to distance yourself from Japanese things. The rest of the world seems to have enough interest. Okay, military structures. Military structures are usually more challenging than roaming squads or occupied settlements and facilities. However, they also store better loot and have units with higher quality gear. You can inspect units on the battlefield and check their equipment. Being careful can pay off if you're after particular gear. The direction from which you attack a target can change the likelihood of destroying a part. For instance, attacking from behind is more likely to damage the legs. Oh, I did not know that that would damage the legs. Alright, this is Camp Skirmish Mission. Reserves a reinforced camp used to stage attacks and send patrols of newly trained soldiers out to nearby locations. Eliminating all units here will drastically reduce the invaders' presence in this province. You can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Suit up. And again, I'd love to have additional units equipped. So one of the reasons you may ask the question is like if I'm trying to get some of the extra mechs built, like why not scrap some of this stuff? First of all, I don't... Oh, here we go. I would under normal circumstances. The reason why I wouldn't want to do it right now is that these parts are going to be how I build my next mechs. So as long as I have two mechs worth of parts, then I'll start scrapping stuff just so that I can turn them, you know, like so that I can get my mechs a little bit quicker. But obviously I don't want to get enough scrap to build a new mech to suddenly discover that, oh, I'm actually out of parts. So, you know, in this case we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Elbrus arms, all basically the same. So in this case here I can say, all right, so I have no idea what the... Oh, here we go. Detach. Scrap and detach. Detach all customizable systems, then dismantle the selected piece of equipment and supplies. Warning, you cannot undo this operation. And scrap fully dismantle the selected piece of equipment into supplies, including all customized... Okay, well, there's no customizable subsystems, but getting into this habit strikes me as a good idea. And it does not tell me the amount of scrap I have in this window. But I don't care about the amount of scrap just before combat is imminent, so we'll maybe see what this inventory screen looks like in the main game. But those are the kinds of adjustments that I would make when it's clear that I don't need the item. Getting a negative IFF code. We've got hostiles in range. Engage at will. Reinforcements should be coming soon. So 2 turns for reinforcements. But yeah, basically the only reason I would want to scrap something right now is when I have no doubt that I won't be using it. Okay. Well, I can make life a little bit easier for everyone, so I'm gonna move this. Okay. I'm probably gonna have to adjust things a little bit, but... How long does this attack last? 1.8 seconds. And the shield? .7. So I'm gonna have to make an adjustment to how this works, but ooh, this is good. I'm going to move a little bit deeper into this city. So I think if I start the attack right away, I overheat. Okay, so there's 2 reasons why this works for me. One, notice that I do the attack, and then the tank winds up hurting the enemy unit. So with that in mind, I also want to make sure that I'm protecting my friendly unit. So let's just make sure. Okay, run through. The attack comes through. Yeah. Okay, so that's the only real problem with this approach, is that I may not be able to get into a proper defensive position. Actually, oh no, I can't do that because then it's going to stop it from killing the enemy unit. Okay. So move up. Wait a little while. Run interference. Perfect. All right, I actually really want to see how this turns out. And then I don't really expect it to do a whole lot, but I am going to just do a Hail Mary shotgun at the unit. So get a nice wide shot of the action, and then we'll zoom in, but we won't go any further. Yeah, not even close. I also probably should have paid attention to the fact it's an autocannon, so it wasn't probably not going to do a lot of damage in the first place. Okay, so this unit's going to get an attack on me at the 1.2 second mark. It's probably better that I just throw the shield up right away. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I want to make sure that my unit... So because everybody's standing still, what I want to do here, I want to make sure that I'm in like the perfect spot for most of this damage to actually go into the enemy... unit. So I'm actually going to move... Like, I'm going to adjust my positioning so that this autocannon is just constantly firing into the back of this mech. What's the lore of this game? Is it an original... It is an original universe. So again, basically the tech that we're using is something that only our side has developed. Our country has fallen to sort of the bad guys, and we are, fighting to reclaim it. I feel a little bit bad letting this run over the edge of the turn, but actually, you know what? I don't really need to. I can just protect myself from whatever shots are coming in. So this is a chance for me to... Nope, the distance doesn't quite work. So, again, a little bit of a crossfire on the enemy unit. I think I'm actually going to try and move over here. The reasons will make sense in a little bit. So I do kind of want to see how this turns out. So that shield's looking a little weak. Alright, it's done. That place mech action sound effect is increasingly similar to the bow firing in Apex. Dropping in, command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. So yeah, I forgot about the reinforcements. So we have one turn where they're not going to do anything. It does look like it's a new mech arriving, so let's... Okay, so they're going to fire a shotgun at me. Again, it's worth remembering that this shield isn't quite what it used to be. So that shotgun can do up to... Jesus, 340 damage. Okay. It's obviously some protection's better than none. What I do want to make sure is, if possible, as is usual, if I can, I'd really like to have that enemy unit hitting its own unit in the back. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm hoping to poke around the corner and do as much damage as I can to sort of the enemy shotgunner. And then hopefully that means we'll more or less be fresh. We also haven't done a whole lot to the tank. We've actually been wasting a lot of time on that single mech. So again, there's the possibility we're going to lose the shield here. That's kind of poor planning on my part. So let's see how it goes. Yep, there goes the shield. Two can play at that game. Okay, so they're going to eject. Command of the base is circled around the perimeter. We're ready to pick up the squad if needed. The enemy will hold the site if you do so. Oh, I think this is the game saying it doesn't fancy my chances. So what are we up against? They've got an assault rifle. Okay. So I do want to take the time to get the shot against the enemy in, and then we move. So that does mean that there's going to be some damage to my armor, but it's acceptable. So the other thing I'm going to do with my assault rifle unit is I'm going to put them behind this cover, and then they're going to be able to intercept this unit as it moves in. So, and then I think a second round is too hot. Although maybe I can use my sidearm. Nope, still too hot. So here I just want to use cover to my advantage as much as I can. Oh, that's brutal. I'm going to take damage off of that. Okay, so you know what my next best option is? 33 to 54, then they're attacking me with their sidearm, which is 24 to 36. My range on this thing is 15 to 27. So while I have taken a little bit of damage, my next best option really is just to close the distance and like stare them down. So Tango is now a size 2. So we're both size 2s. We're gonna, if there is a collision, there's gonna be consequences. So I do kind of need to give them, their space. So we should just be able to sneak around the edge like that. So basically, here, once they sort of enter that optimal range, I want to take advantage of my better weapon. And the tank's just going to be shooting through a concrete barrier, so we're in good shape. So I am kind of curious to see how this showdown goes, so we'll watch it in slow-mo. Assuming I can find a good angle. Trees sometimes make that difficult. I wish I could see this unit. I feel like if you're firing a handgun this close, you're kind of obligated to hold it sideways. Okay, so his primary weapon's down. We might even be able to concuss the pilot, but... This is the same studio as Industries of Titan, and Crypt of the Necrodancer, and Cadence of Hyrule. Okay, so they're only going to be firing sidearms. Honestly, though, it's very likely that we're going to be able to take this out with a single shot. Although, again, I think switching dance partners isn't a bad idea here. So this is just giving me a chance to cool down a little bit. You like the versatility of the studio? You would be astonished. So first of all, I highly recommend, especially because you are a developer, I highly recommend stopping by their Discord. Especially because Ryan Clark, the founder of Brace Yourself, used to host the Clark Tank on Twitch. And this would be where he would sort of break down sort of the marketing and just general trends in the games industry. And I thought he'd be very... There's some really insightful stuff there. And again, I'm definitely speaking as somebody who... appreciates this as an enthusiastic hobbyist as opposed to a practitioner. I do sort of need to acknowledge that my priorities here may not necessarily align with what you're looking to kind of get out of this. I need to make sure that this actually works. Oh, it's close. Okay, I'm gonna finesse this a little bit. So yeah, the Clark Tag section definitely it's quite a bit less active since he stopped doing that series, and yet I still think is definitely a worthwhile place to check out. I was actually going to post something in there not too long ago, and then I had a catastrophic hardware failure, and so, or no, not a hardware failure, virtual machine failure. The hardware was fine. The machine was what sucked. But yeah, so I still actually have the majority of the blog written, but I'd like it, like usually when I do data stuff, I like it to be fully intact, and it's taken a lot of effort to try and get that thing rebuilt, so I haven't done it yet. But yeah, just because I know of what your interests and your background is, I think that's worth it on its own. But if you were to look at the credits for Industries of Titan or Phantom Brigade, I think you would be astonished at how small the team is. Like, it just really seems to be this incredible like, apparently when you join Brace Yourself Games, you just are imbued with superpowers, because everybody I've encountered with it is impossibly nice and really good at what they do. So this is a weird movement, but basically what I'm doing here is making sure that the autocannon, I mean, it looks like they're going to get a little bit of a hit on me. Let's see if we can extend that. Because the other important thing is to actually get the shots off on the... All right, well, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Hey, M124 Sniper. Good to see you again. We're enjoying Phantom Brigade this time around, another game from Vancouver. Definitely a really solid one. It's good to see you again. No job listings at Brace Yourself. Well, they did just recently hire more sort of entry-level positions, but definitely that is definitely a place to keep an eye on if you are looking to move out to Vancouver, because they have, they have definitely hired fairly recently, and you never know what's going to be coming up. There is also a Twitter account which will probably post that sort of stuff as well. All right, let's see how it goes. Okay, so he's going to eject. This thing's crashing. This might surrender next turn. So this guy's going to eject because he doesn't have anything left. This unit... Okay, we don't actually see anything happening, so it's going to be stuck, so what we'll do is we'll just get it, we'll head to sort of an optimal distance. We'll keep an eye on it, and if it tries any funny business, if it fires at us, we're going to hit it in a crossfire. Thanks for stopping by again, M124. Okay, there we go. It's made the right choice. So we get to see everybody. We get to see everybody eject this turn. What? Is the intensity of this game just too much for you, Sam? I mean, it's no A Plague Tale Innocence, I'll admit, but it's beautiful. And okay, so we've got a couple Nox arms, so I'll probably be able to scrap the remainder of the I'll be able to scrap the remaining like level 1 arms. So if I tried to take everything, we need to give up too much. Now, one thing that's kind of nice here is because so I lost a firewall, which is integrity 400. The alternative is a tower. Now, overall survivability is less. So one thing, like, I know I'm not gonna replace this firewall with a tower. So right off the bat, we can scrap this one. If I felt particularly bad about it, I could just delete it altogether. So let's just see if there's any other opportunities. So we've got a bunch of level 2 Nox arms. I want to hang on to those. We've got an Elbrus upper 2. I might use this shotgun. So this is a really great example. Just call yourself sniper. But how would I distinguish from the other 123M sniper? Sure thing. I don't like... I mean, I could also call him Esquano 77th of his name. But that joke only runs for so long. I appreciate it, sniper. But yeah, so the biggest problem that we're running into right now is so much of this stuff is expensive because it's damaged. And this is a really great example of where I'd prefer to have like my existing mechs and their existing capabilities in this window, because you know the difference between, like, if this shotgun wasn't an improvement, I could just scrap it. But the fact that this shotgun might be an improvement is something that would kind of make me want to hang on to this for now. And then you can sort of say the same thing about the fire starter handgun, the burst rifle. There's a few different items here where I can sort of make the same claim. So there are 76 other Squanos, and you have 6 of them. Is it like Squano 70 through 77, or did you just pick some random numbers? So one thing, let's just take a look at the number of Elbrus arms that I have. So we've got 2, 4. Okay, so that would be enough for my follow-ups. So I do want to keep those arms. Maybe we can go without the fire starter. So I still need to find another 50. So you know what, we're probably just going to have to leave these things on the ground altogether. So now I need to find another 30 worth of scrap that I'm leaving home, and this is where the cuts really start hurting. All right, so now I either scrap one of those Elbrus arms, or yeah, I gotta give up a body part. Okay, so the Nox and Elbrus arms are effectively the same. So notice here, right? 133 integrity, 11.10 mass, and 3.26 heat dissipation versus the... Oh, hang on. No! The Nox has better heat dissipation. Interesting. Okay. So with that in mind, I can actually afford to scrap 2 of the Elbrus arms, and that would mean that I can scrap the... Yeah, that would mean that I can scrap one of the guns. Okay. So this is kind of neat the way that they've done this. Okay, so we gotta let the repair go. I am a little intrigued by the fact that the reserve camp is still listed as red. Let's see what happens if I unpause. Freedom! You have successfully liberated this province, and the people rejoice. The relief is palpable. One of your pilots wanders over to you as you watch the people dance in the streets. I know there's a lot more to do, she says, but shouldn't we celebrate the small victories? She and some of the other pilots would like to celebrate with the people. So I can do celebrate, which would be 6 hours, 200 supply, and we get rid of 100 fatigue. But in this case, I'm actually going to join the parade, so you can't spare the entire night off, but a few hours will suffice. The reason why I'm doing this is that I do want to improve the fatigue. However, I do want to make sure that I'm keeping the scrap to be able to build up my forces. So we will join the parade. We're not quite at the point where we want to abandon our duties. Okay, so again, right now we're upgrading our existing units to make sure that we're in the best shape that we can be. So right now we have an Elbrus upper. We could replace that with a Nox upper, which is basically the same thing but slightly better heat dissipation. Lower body, so we could give it Nox lowers, and same story here. Better heat dissipation, everything else stays the same. We could give it a Nox arm, which has better integrity and heat dissipation. A right arm is going to be the same story, I suspect. So overall, a sleeker looking unit. And I'm going to hang on to these, so let's do the same to the lance. Oh, that's right. I already got rid of all of the Nox. Already got rid of the Nox parts, so there aren't the same improvements. But again, I prefer doing this on my assault, simply because I've got the shield on this thing. Although, as we've learned, the shield is not the last word on defense. Okay, so shotgun. A higher interval, less concussive damage, and I'd get a 19 extra regular damage, but given the fact that we lose the 8 concussive damage and we have to spread it over a longer period of firing, I think I'm actually going to leave this thing alone. Who names a robot Lance? Such a terrible robot name. It's not even a good human name. Well, actually, so the one Lance I know is a bit of a jerk, so I am inclined to agree on the human side of the equation. But I hope you all just got very hopeful right now. I don't know. A lance is a weapon. That's a good name for a mech. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is take a look at some arms. So again, if I'm going to be building 2 new mechs, I only need 4 arms. 1, 2, 3, 4. These ones get scrapped. Upper bodies, same story here, right? I'm only needing 2 upper bodies. I mean, again, if we lose upper bodies, we've lost pilots. So in this case, I can sort of afford to say the remaining upper bodies here we need for scraps. Right items. Now this is getting a little more difficult, right? In principle, I only need 2 weapons. So this is a... Yeah, so got 1 secondary weapon. Okay, so these are basically the same weapon. And it's a level 1. So I think we can afford to get rid of that. I guess the question would be if I had the choice between the shred and the heavy, if I would pick one or the other. How much scrap do I get for this thing? I guess it doesn't really tell you, does it? Oh, sorry, this should have been feedback. Crumbs. Trying to be a good citizen. Okay, and then legs, same story here, right? We only have 2 more mechs that we want to build, so we're gonna turn these ones into scrap. Wait a minute, part build? So I can build like new parts out of scrap? Did I miss that? Oh my god, if I missed that, and I've been playing this game so long, I am gonna be so upset with myself. You will name your firstborn AK-47 then by this logic? Is your firstborn going to be a mech? Mind you, if you want your firstborn to be a warrior, I think it's completely legitimate to name them Big McLarge Huge, especially if it's a girl. Okay. Let's go after the farm. Nope. Let's go after the broken down army convoy. Enemy territory. Since your homeland fell, the invaders have built military bases and reinforced all settlements and facilities. You've defeated enough enemies to liberate this province, but as you get closer to the capital and the invaders' borders, the enemies will become more challenging and battles more brutal. Invaders may counterattack. Proceeding with caution is advised. It's best to find more equipment before taking on well-defended locations. You should try and find an enemy patrol to ambush, defeating them and salvaging more advanced gear. Sorry, Orin, if you wanted the Discord, I probably could have got the link for you, but I wasn't thinking at the moment. So, broken down convoy. We intercepted a distress call from a nearby convoy carrying valuable supplies. They are broken down and awaiting repairs, vulnerable to attack. This is a 53 third, or you know, we'll just suit up because we get the description of the battle here. So 53rd Army Unit, broken down army convoy. Smash and grab, no intel available, a mobile squad that transports valuable parts and subsystems to frontline units and between locations. Intel says it is only lightly defended, and eliminating it allows for salvage. So... I should actually ask you, Squano, too, like, if you think AK-47 is a bad name for a child, would you say Kalashnikov would be a bad name for a child? Okay, move your unit onto the marked areas to secure them, retreat possible in 3 turns, and reinforcements in 4 turns. So it looks like we only have two enemies to deal with. One's got an autocannon, and the other one's got a shotgun. So, I actually have a very easy time with this. It's worth remembering that this is all about grabbing the gear and not necessarily taking out the enemy units. More importantly, it actually looks like there's only one position to capture. So I can use this to my advantage. One of my units is definitely faster than the other, or at least I believe this is true. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run up along the side here. It doesn't let me queue that much. All right, that's fine. So again, these are sort of like Hail Mary shots, but they're ones that I can sort of afford to take. The idea here is that they're not going to be any more effective at shooting me than I am them, and because they're moving away from the objective, we might be able to get out of this without too much effort. The only thing I'm worried about is it does say 2 objectives, so I'm wondering where the second... Wait, is this a bug? Or do they know something I don't? I don't think it should be that hard to find them. They've got a big red circle around them, so I really hate being that guy that attributes his stupidity to like bugs. Okay. Hey. Oh, it's because I'm doing Shift Tab. Yeah, so I don't have a way of, actually don't have a way of, I don't have a way of showing the screenshot that I want to show. Okay. So anyways, we're still so this isn't quite going to be the same as I had planned. So I would have tried to make it so that I just take the objectives and get out of dodge. In this case, I'm still going to try and engage them at range, but it might actually be that I can't really complete this mission until I've taken out all the enemies. So we'll see how it turns out. But either way, I'm going to engage these guys at long range. Oh, I'm an idiot. I could have checked to make sure that I didn't crash into my own guys. That's really embarrassing. Okay, well, I'm still going to try and take the objective. It's just going to be a little bit harder. It's a lot of attention on a single tank. I think at least one of these shots should go to the shotgunner. Oh! It's all good music, but the really good music is turning on. So again, it's possible this shotgun might get the hit, but So notice we're getting a bunch of shots right on its right-hand side. That's exactly what I want to be doing on this unit, because if we take out its shotgun, it's going to eject. Okay, that thing's down, so we get to focus our attention for... Okay, I actually really like how that looks. So it's as soon as it gets pinged with a shotgun, is like, excuse me? Johnny Big Time! Thank you very much for the sub. So actually, I think this is going to be relevant to Esquano and Oren, Static Saturn, if she gets a chance to stop by. Johnny was playing New World today. Johnny is somebody I've known for a really long time on Twitch now. He is a very talented streamer who unfortunately has got a really tough work situation right now that doesn't allow him to stream as often as he would like. But I think he's got a tremendous charisma. I think he's got a real talent for being able to deliver the top tier excuse me, smack talk. Just overall really good personality. Also, just a really friendly guy. Oh, this game is great. Have you not seen me play it? I'm pretty sure you've seen me play this a bunch of times. I also know, actually, Johnny has the distinction of... You know what? I'm sorry, guys. It has been a while since I've shown you this. I am going to show you exactly why Johnny is worth watching. Yeah, you still haven't played Battletech, actually. So I'm really glad that you're following, Oren. I'm actually going to show you all. Johnny has done probably what I consider to be my favorite playthrough. Well, of course I consider it to be my favorite playthrough. It's my preference. But I'm actually going to take a second here and bring up... I'm actually going to bring up a video that I did to show you why Johnny has done the best playthrough of XCOM on YouTube. Assuming I can find this video. There we go. Yeah. So this is my reimagined this is my reimagining of the XCOM Enemy Within introduction starring Johnny Big Time.
light of the recent extraterrestrial incursion, this Council of Nations has convened to approve the activation of the XCOM project.
You on drugs?
You have been chosen to lead this initiative.
What the fuck?
To oversee our first and last line of defense. Your efforts will have considerable influence on this planet's future. We urge you to keep that in mind as you proceed. Good luck, Commander.
Do you remember when you were playing the game and you were like shooting aliens? Do you remember that? Like, do you remember when you were playing this game and you were shooting aliens and like you were hitting them and you were having a good time? You remember that? Well, fuck that now. We're coming at you hard with these giant fucking guys. And that's it. You're not, don't even look at them. Just sit there and take it.
Anyways, needless to say, I was a very big fan of that playthrough. Hopefully, you all have a similar opinion. But yeah, so if Johnny ever winds up playing Phantom Brigade, I am 100% on board for it. Although there's no listed probabilities for shots in this one, so it might be a little bit easier for him to stand. Oh, this is interesting. So they're just putting their shield up. They're not actually defending. I'm gonna move back for an optimal range. So wait till they put their shield away. And we'll take the objective. So next turn the enemy shows up, but I'm gonna particularly enjoy this little spat. I think that's a lie if there's a unit without orders. Oh, I get it. It's because the move continued into the next turn. That's why it told me there's no. Alright, so he's going to eject. Dropping in command is getting impatient. Let's get this over with. Oh, I'm an idiot! There's only one objective on the map.
A RAM consideration. So just as an FYI, we'll just cut everything down by a factor of 10. So I go ahead and run that with a time magic at the top of the cell.
Sorry, I'm just going to take a second to write something in the Discord. So it just occurred to me that it is not a bug that there's only one objective that spawned. That is correctly identifying that there is only a single objective. Okay.
So we can leave this guy alone. They're going to eject, and we've got 2 new contacts on the field. So 1 tank, one enemy unit. I do want to leave this unit inside, although I did learn that if you hit, I believe if you hit control, you can target the ground. So the only thing I'm really losing is heat. So I want to see if there's an opportunity to... So if I attack the ground here... Okay, so it's 16 versus 14. I don't know, we'll do it on the tank. We'll be at half heat at the start of the turn. I have a feeling I'm probably going to have to run behind this cover immediately afterward. That's one of the reasons why I'm sort of willing to... let's make sure I'm shooting at the right thing, though. That's one of the reasons I'm willing to do this, because I'm probably not going to be able to take advantage of the full turn of shooting. And then I should let my stronger unit sort of run up. Let's see how that turns out, actually. Yeah, 29 damage. Alright, all supplies retrieved. You now have control of the site. Extract your units or engage remaining enemies for a chance to acquire more equipment. Extraction possible. Move your units to the highlighted location to gain a victory. Excuse me. Or stay and eliminate hostiles for bigger rewards. So what are we up against here? We've got an autocannon, which is a short range, and we've got an assault rifle, which is long range. And fortunately, they're doing the worst... Sorry, the worst possible attacks against me. So I will throw out my shield just for protection, but I don't actually think this is going to be a worry. Excuse me. So maybe a slight adjustment off to the side just to make sure that I'm free of the enemy. Okay, so they don't get into the kind of the kill zone until later. But it seems to me like I should try and take advantage of the opportunity they presented. Okay, that's going to make me too hot. Yeah, this'll work. Okay, so presumably everybody hates this unit now. What? I don't know what this unit did to really annoy this assault rifle unit, but okay. So I'm gonna try and move behind the hill to protect my assault rifle from the tank again. It is a little funny that I'm running to try and save my big stompy mech from a tank, but those things do pack a punch. Okay, so in the meantime, what I can do with my lance, so I'll walk it up a hill. So I'm a little late on the shotgun, but yeah, we'll work with that. I kind of want to see how this looks. You know, this is a lot more impressive when we actually hit the enemy. I do really like how seeing the flash of the light works just before you put the shield down to stop the enemy fire. Alright, so that thing's going to be taken out for next turn. Oh! Wasn't expecting that. Okay, so there's primary weapons still up and running, so... nothing against the original IP, but you'd love to see a game like this skin with a Gundam or Transformers theme? I mean... You know, they've done a Zelda game now, so I'm sure if Phantom Brigade is... you know, is sufficiently attractive to the owners of properties. And I mean, assuming that Brace Yourself is interested in it. Who knows what the future will hold. Okay, so I got a few fires I need to put out. Well, number one, I need to make sure I don't collide with the enemy unit. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is actually keep firing on the tank here. And that's because if I can take out the tank, suddenly I don't need to worry about a source of damage on my shotgunner. And then at the end of the turn, yeah, not much happening there, but I might be able to get away with the sidearm. Sort of, not really, but I'm going to try. Okay, so as always, we put down the shield. Okay, so I'm making a choice to defend against this enemy, assuming that the tank is going to be taken out. And in fact, the tank is also the more attractive of the two targets, given that it's in my sort of my little kill zone here. So yeah. Okay, it's done. Okay, I genuinely do not know why this unit is so obsessed with my lance. But in this case, we're gonna run it by the hill, and I'm gonna move the unit with the assault rifle into. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm gonna move the unit with the assault rifle in to sort of intercept. There we go. They still want my lance. Okay, too hot, so we'll give it some time to cool off. So I'm actually going to move back a little bit just so we're starting the attack at a slightly better distance. We'll stand because that'll slightly improve the hit rate.
All right. And they're going to leap away. Do you guys remember a cartoon called Exo Squad? No, I don't think I've ever heard of it. And Oren, that is probably the most requested feature for the game. It's one of the reasons why I mentioned Frozen Synapse at the start. It is not currently in the game because they sort of felt that it was better to produce a game in which the sick plays would be happening. But there is definitely the intention to add in a replay at the end. But for now, you just kind of have to rely on Twitch to clip your most memorable moments. Which, of course, you also reliably do. So what is this boomer cartoon that you're into, Johnny? No. What was it about? It was guys in big robots. Okay. You can't imagine why that might have come to mind. All right, so we're just going to execute the turn because they're going to jump out of their vehicle. We can appreciate the excellent animation. Look at my fancy iridescent color scheme. But yeah, it's coming, definitely not yet available, Oren. I wish I could tell you otherwise. Okay, so we're definitely taking this Nox. Actually, you know what? Let's see what happens if we take everything. So we're 40 above the limit. We've got some level 3 Nox arms. The heavy shotgun. See, again, this is a great example of a case where I wish I had better information on what I was leaving behind. This is a prime candidate just because generally with these shotguns, they haven't impressed me too much. I think in this case, we will leave it behind. This could be an improvement. So this is an Astra. So this might wind up being a this might wind up being a rifle that is really helpful for my my unit. I'm most inclined to leave behind the fire starter. If I can find a second 10 that I can leave behind. It's a couple of light arms. I don't really have anything light yet, but I might still use it. Okay, let's say we'll keep the fire starter out of the inventory for now. We'll start repairing on the way back, but we are kind of at the end of our time, so I don't think I'm going to do the next... I'm not quite ready to do the next mission. Oh, it's a patrol squad. Let's get into some trouble. Okay, so let's just see what we've got here. So this is a heavy Nox body, so gonna be a boost to mass and a reduction to heat dissipation. Doesn't work for me. Then there's the Nox upper, so less power, better mass and heat dissipation. So again, I just don't like the loss of integrity. So these I'm gonna leave these aside. What about the lower body? We've currently got some medium Nox lowers. The heavies, again, too much weight. Now we're really getting into the territory where I'm going to start specializing in terms of some of my gears. Some of my gear. This is a heavy arm, so this won't really do a whole lot for me right now. Although good for mass. It's really just the heat that's a problem. I might put this on my. On the lance though. Okay, so we've got a new Astra, so it's concussive. It basically does everything else the same, so doesn't quite inspire what I'm looking for here. So kind of a wash for this unit, but there might be something that the Lance can pick up. So I guess the first thing I would want to check would be this Nox arm. So I sacrificed some heat dissipation. I think it's worth it though. I don't really have any other subsystems to equip it, so Now, the other question would be, would I be willing to put on some bulk for this unit? So let me just get a quick idea here. Right now our speed is 1309 between the power and the mass combo. So I expect that we're... Oh, hang on. The power is the same. So let's just see what we're looking at in terms of a speed change. So that goes down to 1117. In fact, all of this generally would be a worse heat dissipation. You know what? I'm going to stick with my existing upper body for now. And the reason for this is that the way I'm thinking, this particular unit kind of needs to get into position to fire its shotgun at close range, and it needs to get into position to hold up its shield. Now I am going to just generally go a bit heavier on all of my units, but for the time being I'm a little limited in terms of what I can take into battle with me. I'm also going to go to my inventory, so this probably would have been a good time to build some new mechs. Let's just see what we've got. Left item, I'm not going to use the stance shield, so we'll scrap that. Upper bodies, so we've got one too many Elbrus uppers. I don't know if I want to do lights or heavies yet. Problem is I don't know what I want for my weaponry yet. Got too many Elbrus arms, so we'll scrap one of these as well. Okay, I could probably be a little more brutal with my cuts, but and we're still short on scrap. So, like I said, I was lying when I said it was the last battle. We will do one shot against the patrol squad. Okay, attack! A hostile squad has target locked the base, and combat is imminent. Your driver tells you that if you're not prepared to face the enemy, you might be able to execute an emergency retreat. Otherwise, your pilots will need to fight. So we'll suit up. We're on the 250th Army units. It's a skirmish army, squadron of enemy soldiers that hunts the Phantom Brigade. Eliminating all unit groups in this area should allow for safe retreat and salvaging if done before the reinforcements arrive. Okay, in 6 turns, there's reinforcements, and here they are. Great timing. Our big bird is about to do another pass. They'll send back up our way, so don't panic and hold out for a minute. 2 units on the field. We have got a tank with an autocannon. Ooh, and the Vulcan. This thing, oh, I really want to catch this thing. We had some fun moments at the end with one of these. Okay, so I gotta make sure I'm ready for a world in which I am being attacked by a terrifying weapon. Okay, so I move up, get a couple shots off. I'm too slow in moving. So you know what? Let's not leave this to chance. I might be wasting shots, but I know I'm not going to get cut in half by the I'm actually going to take out the tank on this one. Not because I think the tank is the greater threat, it's just I know this thing's going to be running around and is actually going to be struggling for a little while. It's not going to be able to fire this thing every turn. So as long as I've got somebody to sort of dodge, I'm going to be able to start taking this thing. I'm going to be able to start taking this thing apart between its shots. It's actually the autocannon I'm a little more worried about. Oh, that's the new beam weapon. Yeah, okay. Don't go anywhere near that thing. Okay, so this is going to be amazing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move this unit over here. Let's try... Okay, so what I'm trying to do is get the tank to have a friendly fire incident. So obviously this tank is in for an extremely bad day as this movement happens. We are no longer in danger at the 2.7 second mark. Though I am going to try and move a little bit to a position of a little bit more safety. Okay, so I should be able to start my move now. Actually, that's way too late. I think it keeps locking me to the same spot because it's on the hill. So I don't exactly want to turn my back on the big scary beam. Okay, that's a little premature. Okay, that I can work with. You know what? I'm actually going to stay here. I will target the tank after all. So there's one of two possibilities. And in fact, I should position my units accordingly. It's a bit hot, but... So either this unit turns around, so it's going to cool down at the... It's probably going to start its turn with a beam shot. So if they go after my lance, well, I guess it's a chance for me to see how reflecting the beam works. Maybe I do want it to attack the lance. Anyways, the other possibility is that it goes after this unit again, so I want them to have the option to peek around the corner. But I do want to see what happens with the tank here. Okay, so it looks like they do want to target this unit after all. I do get a little bit of time to deliver the shots. Okay, so... Okay, just in time for safety. We get to stay away. Now, it's possible that this unit will actually... okay. I was hoping I wouldn't need to use the shield, but... Again, too hot, so... Oh, okay, well his right arm's down, which means that it's lost the weapon. He's going to eject. And this thing's still firing. Okay, so this one's going to eject. We're fine. Okay, they want to hurt the lance, and I'd rather not bang up its shield anymore. So we're going to just run behind a hill. And apparently, I'm going to go crashing into the enemy unit. So that's not going to happen after all. All right, I'm going to have to put up my shield no matter what. So now we just wait for the... I mean, we did pretty well on this, right? So we're just going to wait for the enemy reinforcements to show up. Rebel units eliminated troops in the field, requiring updated tactical plans. So hostiles are replanning, eliminating all hostiles on the field, cause the enemy units to reconsider their plans. Reinforcements will not deploy for a few more turns. Use this time to extract. Well, it says retreat before the enemy can respond with reinforcements. Making a strike like this and escaping would be a victory. Okay, well, you know what? I noticed that the text for this has changed, so maybe we will try. Maybe we will try to get out of the zone. Normally, I just try and get more scrap, but honestly, being able to take a huge laser weapon would be is already a pretty big win. Now, whether or not we can make it in 3 turns is another question. The reinforcements have arrived. The enemy will hold on to this location unless every new arrival is eliminated. 4 new contacts on the field dropping in. Command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. Yeah, so I... Hey, Hanged Man! Good to see you. Guys, for those of you who do not know, I had no idea that you were streaming today. So for those of you who don't know this, I get to host the Dirty Rectangles meetup. So Dirty Rectangles is a local game dev community. In fact, Oren, if you didn't get a chance to see this last time I hosted it, definitely something I would recommend checking out. Actually, you know what? So I definitely know who you are. I don't know if you want me to use your first name in chat, but I didn't know your Twitch presence was more than just... I didn't know your Twitch presence was more... Oh, actually, I can't follow in OBS. Okay, I owe you a follow. Come on, where is it? Anyways, guys, for those of you who don't know, the reason why I don't stream every second Wednesday now is because of a great local game dev community called Dirty Rectangles, and Hangman is not just somebody involved with that, but is in fact one of the organizers. And on top of that is somebody who is actually very invested in the idea of building communities like this, has put a lot of work individually, but more importantly, I actually got to hear him give a talk at Dirty Rectangles specifically about creating communities like that. And so we had a conversation about this. It's worth remembering, I am not a developer. This is really just, I was looking for sort of stuff to follow. It was partly due to Full Indie in Vancouver, but definitely it was one of these cases where I was looking for sort of a local equivalent in Ottawa. And on top of all of just the good feelings that I had and just the chance that I had for catching stuff that might come up on, for stream. So for instance, Radio Viscera was actually one of the very first things that I saw at this local community. On top of all of it, it's just a really nice group of people to hang out with. And the reason why I'm taking the time to mention this is not just because Hangman is in the chat, but I actually wanted to take the time and say that there were a few streams ago, some people had sort of talked about how, they wish that such a thing was present in their own hometown. And I will definitely tell you, while I did move to Vancouver to work in film, I was maybe a little surprised at just how much independent film there was. Now, admittedly, these were short films. They were definitely very avant-garde. Most of them weren't very good. But you'd maybe be surprised to find out just how much stuff is in your backyard if you're willing to look. But on top of that, I also strongly encourage those of you who really do not have those sorts of things inside their own communities, that you may in fact be the person to put that together. And in fact, you may wind up finding out that there's a lot of very like-minded people, and it really just requires that first push. And so I do actually recommend, in addition to just generally the good feelings and the stand-up guy that Hangman is, his is a Twitter account, and now I can maybe recommend a Twitch account that you can check out for somebody who has put a lot of effort in terms of helping to sort of foster a community of independent developers in Ottawa that I've personally very much benefited from, because they're certainly very patient at putting up with me on my data rants. And in turn, I get a chance to sort of see and often talk about some of the work that they're doing. Plus, let's just face it, a lot of this stuff is super cool to see. So, but yeah, in any case, sadly, I can't give the recommendation for them as a broadcaster other than what I've seen on Dirty Rectangles. But of course, now that I know that there is a channel to check out, I'm going to be doing that myself. I haven't really been talking about their games. If you, I mean, the ROM hacking I know is something that you've presented a couple of times at Rectangles, but if you would like, you can definitely, I don't know if you'd like a chance to talk about it, or if I can just try and filter your brilliance through the lens of my lack of understanding. But I also, I know Sean was doing a couple of card games. I remember you were talking about collecting a lot of card decks, but I seem to remember you did a card game a few Rectangles ago as well. Anyways, I know Oren is a developer in chat, so I'm sure there's a few of you who have a few more meaningful things to talk with each other. And of course, not just mentioning Hangman, but to those of you who came from Hangman's stream, obviously I have a very high opinion of him. And thank you all for coming along, because I know you definitely signed up for something that wasn't this. But for those of you who are looking for the local context, this is Phantom Brigade by Brace Yourself Games, which is a Vancouver developer. I was given a key from them for promotional purposes, but I think they are the bee's knees, and I think they've been doing great stuff with this game. So we're getting close to the end, but we are going to do at least one more. You don't want to hijack too much. We're working on a ROM hack randomizer for an N60. Oh, I didn't know it was N64, because I definitely saw a different platform that you were working with. And please don't feel like you're hijacking. I do specifically want to take the time to promote stuff that I like. And particularly, so I sometimes kind of think it's my job to do it right. But in the cases where I really just didn't see what was going on, I definitely want to keep an open floor to people talking about the cool stuff that they're doing. And Oren, that goes for you as well. If you'd like to share the link to the level that you're working on in your design documents, I'm sure there's some people here who would like to see them. So I do enjoy your data rants, especially after the contacts of working in BDI. Sorry, either I don't know what that term means, or I'm too stupid at the moment to recognize what it means. But I'm glad. Obviously I really like public speaking, and I wouldn't present it if I didn't think there was some use for it. But obviously what I find useful and interesting is not necessarily it's not the same to everyone. So, okay, a beam. Oh, this is a first. I've never seen a beam weapon on a tank before. This thing's probably going to hurt. Penetrates multiple targets with a destructive energy beam that causes gyroscopic interference and makes it difficult to turn with fire. Oh, maybe this is a new... This can't be the same, like, ultra weapon that they had. Oh, big data intel. Of course. Sorry. Yes. Yeah, the funny thing is that while my workplace really likes to use the term big data, most of the stuff I've worked with, I found I've been able to manipulate in such a way that I can still work on it in available memory, or at the very least in a piece of software that's able to sort of paginate the data and make it close enough that I don't really need to consider any of the super fancy stuff. So I would actually really love an opportunity to work on, something where I need to use those tools. But honestly, essentially my experience of most big data applications have just been reducing it to small data and using it the way I used it in school. Mind you, I don't actually think there's anything wrong with doing that. It's as long as you get your results. I'm hoping, I was talking about this earlier actually, so the thing I presented at the last rectangles I presented at got lost when there's a bit of nastiness happened with my virtual machine. So I've been spending the last little while recovering it while also working on all the other nice data that people have given me access to, and I've completely failed to deliver anything interesting on. So I'm hoping to have something interesting to show soon, but at this moment, easier said than done. Oh, that's great. I'm looking forward to seeing it, Orin. Okay, this is really going to be about just moving into position. Although I do kind of want to see how the rocket turns out. So I don't have any jetpacks. Like, the rocket really is something that can potentially cause me a lot of grief. Okay, so they're gonna fire a shotgun at me. I think my best option here is actually to just run straight through the valley. Ooh, I'm gonna... that's not gonna work. That's gonna hurt a lot. It's actually pretty devious what they're doing here. Okay, I'm stuck there. So there's nowhere to run, so I'm just gonna stand my ground and take advantage of the distance. Okay, next up. So we've got it's a raise tank with a beam. Good lord. All right. So I'm gonna experiment. We might get clobbered here, but I want to see how this whole reflecting beams things works. Okay, so the idea here is I'm going to protect myself from the beam. I want to see how that reacts. I'm going to take some shots at the autocannon. I'm going to have to deal with some missiles. I think that's just, that's just going to be life. And here, oh god, there's so much that's going to be happening. I want to see how the rockets turn out with this guy. I want to see how the beam turns out with this guy. So we're just going to go into ultra slow motion and watch the chaos unfold. Okay, so I don't see any... Oh no, it is reflecting. Oh, this might get cool. Okay, looks like the missiles missed. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I'm standing still. Well, they might be able to survive it. I just don't think we really delivered that much damage on this unit. So assuming this thing doesn't land on me this turn, I'm gonna have to run forward, or at least to the side to... Okay, that's good. This thing's stuck. It might surrender next turn. Okay. I might be able to survive this. So there's another beam attack coming in. Now, I have a little bit of a dilemma. So what I want to see this turn right now is who's attacking. Okay, so everything's getting focused on this unit. This actually works in my favor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in front of this. Oh, nuts. So I just don't have much of an opportunity to get in front of this tank. Okay, well, I'm just going to position myself for the follow-up then. So again, I'm going to target whatever I can. I may regret it, but let's leave that alone. It's the worst possible time I could have done that attack. Okay, so instead of hitting the wall, let's... Okay, that's going to cause me to overheat. Okay, so it looks like the rest... So I've got all my work ahead of me. So let's start by... So if I move like this... Okay. So there's enough intervening territory. All right, it's not pretty. I'm going to take some damage, but the majority of it should be absorbed by territory. So even if I shoot into the side of the hill for a bit, that works for me. Yeah, so that's 26 damage with everybody shooting at that unit. Oh, sorry, 43 damage with everybody shooting at that unit. That's a pretty respectable. That's a pretty respectable turn. Okay, so this unit's going to surrender, and looks like everybody's attention is now. Sorry, almost everyone's attention is now on the. Lance, which is good, because that's exactly. So, do I have a Discord server? I do, Oren. It's admittedly a bit of a ghost town, and I'm responsible for that just because I don't contribute to it too much, but I do respond to everything, and if you would like to be someone who makes things a little more active there, please feel free to use that link. But yeah, the catch is that, like with a lot of my stuff, right? Like, you know, I'm sure my blog would probably be better attended if I updated more regularly. But, you know, there's only so much time. And in this case, I sort of opt for more streaming. Okay, so basically, remember the previous turn where I was... so I tried to move the unit into a central location. That was partly to just draw the heat off of this unit here, the Sleipnir. Now, again, there's missiles still coming in. We're not out of the woods yet, but we definitely didn't take as much damage as we could have. So because the centering position didn't really work out, what I did was I committed to one side of the map. And the reason why I decided to do this is because it was an outside chance, but if it turned out that everybody was trying to attack me on one side, it means I get to do this. So I'm going to set myself up to defend against the beam. So notice what happens here. So I'm going to reflect the beam into the tank, which is fine, but I also have everything lined up in a straight line so that when the shotgunner comes in, there's potentially friendly fire, or if nothing else, I'm sort of able to take everything. I'm sort of able to take everything on my shield, and so even though I'm not necessarily able to make an aggressive move with my, with my shotgun, I'm able to absorb everything with the shield, and because beam weapons reflect off of the shields, I'm actually going to be able to do more damage than you would have expected on such a turn. So what I'm also going to do here is I'm going to run around the corner, so there are going to be missiles that are fired against me. I want to make sure that I'm keeping in fairly constant motion, but I do have a good opportunity to hit this unit in the back. So I'm going to take a small risk doing this, and then I'm actually going to move to the left. All right. And I'm going to slow this one down because there's going to be a lot going on. Thanks, Orin. It's hard to see everything. Obviously, when replay gets implemented, we'll be able to watch this over different units. Okay, I'm a little surprised. Okay, there we go. It is taking damage. Okay, so those missiles did wind up following through. We're probably going to get hit by it. Oh, that's right. It can't turn. Drat. That was going to be a lot cooler than it actually was. I forgot that these things can't turn while they're firing. Yeah, 87 plus the concussions. No joke. But I'd say we got off pretty light here. So the big question is going to be next turn, do they try and focus down Tango, or do they come after Kilo? Because if they don't come after Kilo, we're going to... Kilo's going to rip them apart from behind. Okay, nope, so they're going for an aggressive shotgun. We've got missiles coming after us. And the beam weapon... Okay, beam weapon's focused on... It's focused on my... Okay, well, unfortunately, I'm kind of stuck focusing on it until it stops firing at me. So I think we'll just end this silliness. I'm not going to move anywhere. What I am going to worry about, though, is protecting my... So where are the missiles that this one fired? Okay, so what if I try something different? If I go over here... Yeah, I think this has potential. How is the thing still alive? Okay, so they're back to focusing on the Sleipnir. So this means I peek out of my hiding spot and hit him a few times with my assault rifle. So I'm going to stay put for the shots. And then I'm going to move... basically, I want to make sure that I keep moving when there's missiles in the air. So that'll hopefully finish the thing off. Oh, looks like it's going to open fire. Okay, so I do want to try and get in closer to the bad guy. Obviously, once they start firing a beam at me, I want to make sure I'm prepared. But the hope is that we take that thing out finally. But I'm going to try and close the distance with the unit that's firing missiles, just because it's been untouched. And it is the thing that's actually forcing me to move out of advantageous positions. Okay, so it's down. Oh, I didn't plan properly for the missiles. Looks like we successfully dodged one of them, though. Okay, so this guy's going to be crashing. However, they are going to fire at me next turn. So the good news is that they are... Oof. Actually, my left arm is looking pretty grim. So there are missiles on the way, so I do want to make sure that I'm constantly in motion. Okay, now that doesn't work for me because of the... Well, you know what? It's the best I got right now. So I'm still going to run with it. This is something of a because I can attack more than anything. Okay, so I'm hoping I didn't just sign up for a world of pain on this unit. Definitely not looking good. This unit's still going to focus on the shot. Oh, it's actually not going to focus on its shotgun. Okay. So I'm going to hug close to the... I'm actually going to hug close to the hills here. And then... That's my window. And then for this unit again, we just try and follow... We're just going to follow this thing, and we're going to try firing as many shots as we can at it before... before it... I don't think we're going to be able to stop the missiles from launching, but... Okay, we have miraculously avoided being hit by these missiles. Okay, this guy's ejecting, that's good. Let's do a left. So again, I don't want to overheat, and I am trying to avoid getting hit by these missiles. So I think just constant leftward motion. And we'll let our shotgunner chase it down. I think we can only get 2 of those off on a turn, so... So many missiles. Okay, this thing's reduced to limping now, so I'm actually gonna move a slightly erratic way, but it's just to try and clear out some of these missiles. And as for the rest of it, plenty of shotgun times. Okay, so I don't want to overheat, so we'll just wait till I'm in close range. All right. Looks like a good day's work. We didn't lose any parts. $190 space. So no guaranteed drops. But here's what we're gonna do. We're definitely gonna take the rare stuff for starters. And I feel like I kind of need to take the beams, if nothing else, just so I can see what they're like. Okay, hydraulics are good. Passive heat sinks are good. In this case, I kind of want to be taking as much intact material as I can. That'll go... Okay, so an arrow arm. Svalin shield's a good one. So I'm stuck with either a heavy arrow arm or a heavy upper. Alternatively, I could reduce some of this stuff down to scrap. We'll go for the upper. I actually, the more I think about this, the more I really like the way they've reworked this window. Like, it's all in one place. You get to see the stuff that you'd taken apart. I'm not necessarily going to use all this stuff that I've picked up, but yeah, this is really well done. Okay, let's confirm it. Actually, now that I think of it, maybe one reason why I don't have that much salvage is because I haven't been dismantling things. Like, maybe there is no salvage that I get. Like, maybe it really is the case that I actually need... Like, if I'm going to get salvage, it has to come from scrapping stuff. That would make sense. Okay, either way, let's take a quick trip to our units... No, sorry. We are going to finish tonight, so there's no more battles. I am going to do a little bit of overworld stuff, though. So this is another patrol squad, so I think I'm just going to stand still. Okay, looks like they might be coming after me, so I'm going to give them the slip. Haha, you've fallen into my trap. Okay, so we're going to upgrade what we have for starters. So it's a heavy upper body or an arrow upper body. So I've currently got 390. I could put this on for 345. So basically we would have an overall reduction in integrity, lower power, better heat dissipation, and we would get a thruster for it. Not entirely sure I'm ready for... Not quite sure I'm ready for such exotic items. Yeah, a lot of these are not, like, they're upgrades, but they're upgrades if I'm willing to give up, certain things. To be honest, like, I do rather like the way this is currently working. Like, yes, I do want to be able to use things like the Glory Dog. I do want to be able to use, like, some of these exotic weapons, but I want to use them in my, like, my supplemental units. So we'll say the Sleipnir will be left alone for now. I think the Lance is probably going to be in a similar situation where I can't really afford to... Like, so there are improvements for it, but it all comes at the expense of mass and heat dissipation. And again, I just don't think I'm quite ready to... I don't think I'm quite ready to commit to some specialized units like this yet. This is a better shotgun, though. It's a longer optimal interval, but it's a slightly longer range. I think I'm going to work with it, go. And I seem to recall there was a Svalin. Yes, this is a beauty. All right. And then we got to adjust the livery, because as nice as the right item looks, it doesn't fit my style. I do also want to have a mech that gets the blueberry color scheme, but it's to be determined. Okay, so we're at 441. I need 450 to build an empty frame. It's like we can afford to get rid of the firewall. And let's say the level 1 stuff is no longer under consideration. Okay, so we can at least build a new unit. It's going to take us 4.5 hours, but we're starting to cobble together our force. In fact, I might be willing to sort of send the patrol squad on a wild goose. Well, yeah, it's a good question. I'm trying to decide whether or not it's worth it to send the patrol on a wild goose chase, or if I want to fight them and see if we can get enough scraps for another one. Either way, that is a question for next week. I'll confess, like, I was really stoked to finish the main campaign, and I was wondering if I'd have as much fun starting off with starting off in the beginning again. I actually had some plans to, like, go really deep into enemy territory and see, like, how far I could go with the first level mechs. But I think especially given the way that the inventory has changed, I'm actually quite enjoying the experience of the first level, especially with the diversity of the weapons and such. So yeah, I'm really thrilled with a new update. So as before, this is the 8th update to Phantom Brigade. If you are compelled to buy, it is currently available on the Epic Store. There are plans to release it on Steam, but they have not announced a specific date for it. And this is specifically because they want to get the game in shape where people on Steam will be enjoying it, where they'll be able to meaningfully contribute to early access, and that, they're not going to like polish all of the bugs, but it is at least going to be in a state where people will, the feedback that they'll be getting will probably be things that ultimately make the game better overall. So I hope you all enjoyed it. I'm going to be back. I actually need to decide whether it's going to be Industries of Titan or Phantom Brigade next week, next Wednesday. For Friday, I do think I'm going to be back to Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus. And then, of course, Monday is sort of dedicated to Stellaris. So it's always a little bit of a tricky one to figure out whether or not, I'm going to do Industries of Titan or Phantom Brigade, because giving up the second Wednesday of every month, it leaves me 3 Wednesdays to split over two games, and obviously one of them's going to get kind of the short end of the stick. But I do my best to balance them out. There's nothing saying that I can't do extra days once I catch up on some stuff. But as always, I'm really grateful that I got that key from Brace Yourself. I hope a number of you, if you haven't been made aware of this game yet, that you at the very least add it to your wish list if it seems like something that you're interested in. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Let's just take a quick second here and see who is live. I think Static Saturn's still playing We Happy Few, right? The only thing I want to do, because there's so few people streaming Phantom Brigade, I did want to take a second and see if there was another Phantom Brigade streamer, but it doesn't look like there is. So I was talking about Static Saturn a little bit earlier, and I figure it's not a bad time for us to catch up with what she's up to. So she's playing a rather good, and also Canadian game, We Happy Few by Compulsion Entertainment, or is it Compulsion Games? Either one. They've recently been acquired by Microsoft. It's actually a game I didn't really care for in early access, but I really did enjoy it when I played it recently. So I hope you guys stick around. And again, we already know what's coming up. Wolfenstein on Friday, Stellaris on Monday, and then I'll say on Twitter when I've decided if I'm going to do this or Industries of Titan. Sometimes it just depends on what my mood is. But before I lose any more of you, let's use that raid command, and please do treat Static Saturn well. Again, there's a lot of people inside the channel already who are big fans of hers, so it's not a huge host, but I'm happy to support some streamers who are very kind to me and are worth hanging out with. So until Friday, have a great one, and we'll see you next time.